My hatred always pays off. What's up, gamers? We're here. We're here. We're not queer. And we're full of fear. All right. Boop. 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 All right. Time to do some work. Is oil at 110 now? Yo, let's go, dude. Let's fucking go, dude. It's a good thing I got some gas in the tank just in time, so... Ay, 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 ay. Oh boy, on my pewter, playing my game. Very cool. It's time to make some hydro plants. And then make some more pressure domes. And then actually build some stuff, perhaps. There was also a bunch of updates I had to fix. It's always fun. Lovely. I believe right now we're just waiting for materials so we can make hydro plants. Alright, because we need tungsten plate, we need some processing units, and a couple of other things. And so we wait. And now we wait. Epstein file search term. Interest over time. Google Trends gone down. Yeah. People need to keep fucking talking about the Epstein files over and over and over again. Just keep mentioning it. What the cock and balls are we currently waiting for? We are out of LDS. Because we're out of copper. Because we don't have enough of these. The problem is the bacteria just don't break down quickly enough. Alright, I'll fix that problem. Let's fix our little problem here. What the fucking cock and balls? Someone get Boy Meets Spinny out of here. Get the. Oh no. Oh, it's over. We have all the fucking Pazuzu fucking Labubu. All the fucking Labubu simps. Alright. It's the worst thing possible. You're not the one posting double yet. Fucking Pazuzu. We're having some issues, and we're fixing those issues. I'm sending all of you to Pazuzu. Someone help me feel better. No. No. Doesn't help you feel better. Smile. No. No. I'm also going to send Boy Meets Mini to Pazuzu. All of you are going to Pazuzu. Fucking Labubu. No. Pazuzu. Yes, probably. Men and their weird failings. Say one thing to me, say something completely opposite elsewhere. Wait, hold on. Now, sacrificial MILF. Are you saying that men are emotionally insecure? Because I'll have you know, that is extremely misandrous. I can't believe that you would say that men have no way of being able to properly express their feelings. Boy Meets Mini, you know what to do. Send her to Pazuzu. You are going to Pazuzu. I'd rather go to Pazuzu. Not gonna. Boy Meets Mini. You know what to do. Imagine saying you'd rather go to fucking Pazuzu. Talking about Labubu and Pazuzu, and that you want to go to Well, you know what, Sacrificial MILF? You will be headed straight to Pazuzu. How do you know that Pazuzu won't lie? How do you know that, We're talking about fucking Pazuzu here. Do you really believe that Pazuzu wouldn't lie? Boy Meets Mini, what do we say about people who think that Pazuzu wouldn't lie? Yeah, that sounds like you're about to be sent off to Pazuzu. Yeah, imagine trusting a Mesopotamian demon. Oh, also, there was an update. Guess what we have? A new planet. Tellus. Now, this was an update to a mod for some of the other planets that we have. I didn't add this one. We just got this one for free. But this planet seems kind of interesting. It's all about pathogens, and it seems very long. Oh, and also, we're going to be making pesticides. And killing wasps. Ooh, making artificial organs. But yeah, this, We're going to be making pathogens. Yeah, this planet is probably a Resident Evil planet. Magnesium. Ooh. Bioassemblers, eh? Air purifiers. If you say, listen, if you say Wesker 5 times fast, women will all of a sudden cream their pants. What? Who said that? Now. There is actually something interesting from this planet. And it's this. Space cargo bay spoilage rate. Well, I am a misogynist, okay? I'm doing my ironic misogyny bit, okay? But here, more importantly, space spoilage preservation. Now, this looks rather interesting. This, unfortunately, needs Prometheus science. Items in space cargo bays spoil slower. That's powerful. That is very, very strong. 50% is a lot. Of course, you need to basically beat the game to get the 50% more slower spoilage, but this is very strong. Extremely strong. Unstable crystallizer. Well, this has a way for us to be able to make free holmium. I don't know holmanite bulbs, but this makes, I assume, unlimited holmium. This lets us make free iron from Novian parasites. Holmium. Copper. Sulfur. Cactus. This planet seems very long and very complicated. We can make robotic wasps. Wow, those are fast. Look at how fast that thing is. It's 140 kilometers an hour. Jesus. But yeah, it seems like this planet, its shtick, looks like we will be breeding parasites. Maybe not diseases, but we will be breeding parasites in order to be able to make products. In fact, I've not discovered Tellus yet. Tellus, based off of the science packs, that's the refraction science pack right there, from Hieron. You need to be post-Hieron for this, because that's not the polishing science pack. This is the refraction science pack. That's the science pack after, the much more complicated science pack. Pretty fucking crazy, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. And it seems like this planet is rather complex. And it seems like another mechanic we'll have to deal with on this planet is corrosion. And corrosive material. Rooted pumps, rooted filters, or root filters, root to ground. We'll see how those exactly work after. Let's say you make plastic, rocket fuel, and chloroplast. There's air purification. Clean the air using water. And air purifiers. Probably to make sure the natives don't attack us. Wasp eggs. Pesticides. Now what do pesticides do for us exactly? Well, we need pesticides to make rocket parts. For making rockets with fucking pesticides. That's funny. Also, this gives us another transport belt capacity upgrade. So this planet is definitely worthwhile. It's got a bunch of interesting stuff here. And normally would have been a prerequisite for Aquilo with the pathological science pack. We would have had to go to this planet before we get to Aquilo. This time we do not. So does what work? We're currently stuck down here. Why don't we take a look and see what Tellus is all about? I am curious. Does this fucking Putingus have its shit yet? Fucking Putingus. Nope. Hello, wasps. An infected planet with bacteria and parasites. Pollen in the atmosphere helps wasps propagate and affect some materials. With some research about Tellarian technology, you can find a solution. Chlorophyll and mycelia can be cultivated through condensing agricultural towers and placed into bioassemblers. Whoa. Base productivity 75%. Yo. And 4 module slots. 2 crafting speed. Damn. You can't find these standard ores, you can on Novice, but there are plants that do that instead, which are going to be Gleba, but more complicated, because this is post-Gleba. Most of the items from the agriculture come with the additional challenge of spoiling over time. by the Bioengineering Science Pack, which has a 1 hour spoil time, can't be stockpiled. It has a limited lifespan. Also, with pathologics come with the challenge of producing enemies if they spoil. For example, the Pathologic Science Pack makes a fucking... Jesus Christ, big-ass wasps. That's going to be fun to transport back to the labs. A science pack that makes fucking enemies. Fantastic. Ooh, look at the wasp. Look at the wasp. Ooh. So basically, we only want to make as many as we need in terms of the pathologic science pack. We definitely do not want to make too much of that. But god damn it, does my fucking shit fix? You know what? How about we just ignore Gleba for now? And just have you keep going. I don't need the carbon fiber. Actually, I will be needing the carbon fiber relatively soon. Where else can I get carbon fiber from? Hieron. That works. Also, we're getting some very idiotic people commenting on the Anna Kasparian fucking video. Some very unintelligent individuals. Okay, how about you... And we ignore unlisted targets. Imagine being on the phone of the year of our Lord 2026. What the cock and balls? What the balls and cock? Tomorrow, Florida man experiences Hassan's soundboard in person. Oh no. Oliver Larkin. Who's this guy? A Demsock. Florida's 23rd. Isn't Florida's 23rd? That's, Bitch McBitchington's mega bitch fucking seat, isn't it? Like Super Puta. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, correct? You want to talk about someone who's a real piece of work? Debbie Wasserman fucking Schultz. God, she fucking sucks. If you want to talk about someone who's a real fucking piece of work. Why the fuck are you headed to Tellus in order to get to Maraxsis? Whatever. I mean, it is like right next to Maraxsis. But you know what? We're gonna check out Tellus. We've researched the planet. We can take a look at it. We will need a specifically quarantined ship for Tellus, of course. With nothing too expensive on it. Also need to take a look at the space map. Oh yeah, they are right next to each other, aren't they? I mean, I guess it is better than traveling like 30k to do that. But we do, just to get to Tellus, we need rockets, eh? Look at that. We do need big rockets in order to get to Tellus. And it makes sense that it's next to Hyron and Arig, considering the fact that they are part of the same mod pack. Maraxsis is not. Maraxsis is completely separate. It just happens to be there. Alright. Here's Tellus. Very colorful. Actually, me coming here was a mistake. I should not have come here at all. Yeah, me coming here was actually a fucking mistake. Although we can definitely use a solar-powered ship for this, for certain. 250% solar power in space, that's definitely a solid number to work with. Because this might potentially start cranking up the evolution factor, and I don't want to do that. Which means as soon as we're done with Maraxsis, we'll have to come to Tellus next. Not that I particularly wanted to come here. Unfortunately, I've not been really given much of a choice. So let's just reload the game. Because we don't want to start evolution factor, because time is a factor on evolution factor as well. It won't be very fast, typically. But we don't want to deal with that. You will continue to stay at Maraxsis. finally starting to start building stuff on this damn planet. Jesus, get the fuck out of me. Alec Gunter with the rate of 3 viewers. I appreciate that, gamers. How are we doing this fine evening? Alec Gunterites. I suppose for lack of a better term. I'm Daharumba. I'm a humble variety streamer. Yes, thank you for the shout out, Boy Meets Mini. I am but a humble variety streamer. I yap politics, and I also, I don't know, well, shit talk on the internet. And also make videos on YouTube. Yes, I do also stream on YouTube. How are we all doing this fine evening, gamers? What was Alec up to besides yapping about stuff? This is slander, and this is racism. I do not like Labubus. A lot of interesting stuff we can make with the hydro plant, though. But we will take advantage of the inherent 50% quality bonus of the, thing in order to make hydro plants, because why not get some quality hydro plants like so with slightly increased crafting speed, 2.6 instead of 2. It's not bad. But yes, this is the main production building on Maraxsis. Yes, we are currently playing Factorio, blah 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 blah. It's modded. We love modded Factorio, yada yada yada. We are currently on an underwater planet. It's completely underwater. I believe this is the most highly rated Factorio mod. I believe. It's the most highly rated planet, I believe, as well. People really like this planet. Because from what I've seen a video about it, and I think I will like this planet as well, is that it very much so and very seamlessly integrates mechanics of all the other planets in one place, while accentuating its own inherent qualities in a very sort of, I suppose, synergistic way. And we got a rare fucking hydro plant now, so we can just start using that. 3.2. It's pretty good, actually. So, okay, why don't we take... I need to take a look. Okay, so besides being able to make... What? It can make engines, it can make pipes, pumps, storage tanks, all of the production buildings that we're going to need, probably, on this planet. So it can make molten salt reactors. We'll need those. Oversized steam turbines. It's going to be power. More importantly, what we need is this, which means we need reinforced glass. Okay. We also need salt filters. Now, with the salt filters, we're probably not going to want to use these in the hydro plant, so then we don't have to deal with a bunch of bullshit, basically. This also makes us rocket fuel of various qualities. Electrical engines, and the microcellular plastic bars is interesting. There's salt electrolysis. That matters. Limestone processing. That gets us calcite. Okay. So that's for foundries. Interesting. Okay. We can use thruster. We can make thruster fuel with these things. And this is okay. This is another interesting thing here of the hydro plant. It can void any liquid. So if anything, all those flare stacks that we currently use on all their planets to void liquids, we're probably going to start changing them over to hydro plants. Because they probably do it way faster. Let's just see. Sure. 320 per second. Just to get something similar like that with flare stacks, you would need like at least 6 of them. Beaconed. This thing is way better at just... Well, this is a rare version of the plant. Which means the normal version's probably like 200 per second, which is still better. That's really, really good for just avoiding liquids. Alright. Instead of that, we need to make some pressure domes. Which means we need glass, reinforced glass. Limestone, sand, salt. Okay. Limestone, sand, and salt. That's the first thing that we're probably going to want to concern ourselves with, is to make... that shit specifically. We also need to take care of this LDS problem we're having. $17.3, good. And you. 19.6, perfect. One more and that ought to fix it. Perfect. This one's not even crafting anything. I didn't even fucking give that... Alright, that's awkward. I forgot to give you a fucking inserter for the plastic. Awkward. Okay, that should be fine. That should work. Okay, lovely. Problem fixed. I sure do love fixing my goddamn problems. Ugh. Now for the next thing that we're going to do. For my next trick, we're going to be yapping about a video. I had this one on the docket for a while. For a long while. But I'm interested in taking a look at it now, considering what we know. Oh, that's not what we want. I want you, please. Thank you. Lovely. Alright. This is a video I've had on the docket for a long, long time. So what better time to look at it besides now? Couldn't hurt. Anyway, let's get started with this. So I've had this particular video, the 3 fundamental flaws of conservative thinking, on my docket for quite a while. And yes, of course, a preamble. I've never engaged with this individual's content before. No way, no how. I see what you did there. It's clever. I enjoy that. It's very good. 2 claps. You deserve it. I've never engaged with this individual's content before, but I have also had my own sort of assessments for what I thought were 3 fundamental flaws with also how conservatives think. I guess maybe it's not like 3 fundamental flaws, but more so problems that I have in general with conservative thinking. And broadly speaking, a lot of the problems that I have stemmed from the fact that it is very deferential to hierarchy, first and foremost. But the biggest issue that I have, these 3 sort of how it takes form, I suppose, is with conservatives and how they think, is one of the things is specifically about conservatives constantly misconstruing history in order to fit their own political agendas. I fucking hate that shit. Their proclivity in order to deify their sort of the philosophical heads, their thinking sort of heads, I suppose. The main sort of fathers, I guess, of conservatism, they typically tend to get deified. And also the absolute deference to what I would, broadly speaking, call scripture, or sort of, maybe not like scripture, but sort of like their absolute deference to the, I guess, like, original thoughts of those that they think are their main thought leaders, I suppose. Yeah, I guess scripture, you can throw that in there. I also would say this is very similar for that of Marxist-Leninists as well. These sort of like ways of thinking also applies to them pretty much one-to-one, but they're a whole different story, right? A lot of that, I would say, has been kind of thrown out of the window, considering all of the stuff. Okay, maybe not like thrown out of the window. Not exactly. A lot of this stuff can be sort of applied to conservatives on, I guess, like, other countries, right? Because a lot of it is the same, a lot of it isn't. It's kind of weird how it works with a lot of these people. A lot of it is inherent contradictions. A lot of it is because of the culture war bullshit that was started specifically by Jeffrey Epstein, and now conservatism has essentially taken the form of just complete, absolute authoritarian submission now, and those, like, 3 fundamental flaws I thought of what conservative things that I have pointed out about conservative thinking are, I still don't want to say, like, completely thrown out of the window, but for, like, assessing current modern day conservatives, I think are just not as useful. Let's go with, like, not as useful, or don't have as much, like, pertinence nowadays. Considering all the stuff that we currently know now through the Epstein files and their sort of, like, conduct with how they're behaving themselves with, like, Iran, for example. I'm going on a little bit of a ramble here. So I'm mostly curious to see what exactly No Way, No How specifically has to say on the sort of 3 fundamental flaws of conservative thinking, and see if they really, like, apply to the sort of, I guess, like, sheer deference to hierarchical structure that they currently just, I think, just completely fucking defer to now, right? Because I think it's just there's just nothing left besides just complete utter submission to the leader. Why don't we take a look?
I could give you many
Thank you, YouTube.
criticisms of conservatism, but there are 3 fundamental psychological roadblocks that once you recognize them in conversations with conservatives, you won't be able to unsee. To be clear, I'm not talking about libertarians or hardcore MAGA cultists who have abandoned reason and live in an alternate reality. I mean the more familiar faces, your dad, your boss, small business owners, and the probably much older, wealthier people in your life. We all know—
Oh, okay, so we're talking more so about, like, moderate, like, I guess Reagan conservatives, I suppose. Okay, so we're not talking about MAGA fucking dipshits. Because, yeah, I would agree. Like, these... what I would call, like... I guess, like, my whole sort of, like, preamble was mostly still just talking about, mostly, like, MAGA conservatives. But it's kind of difficult to say, like, that there's a difference between, like, a MAGA conservative and just a regular conservative. Because it's... Is there a line? Yeah, there's a line, but it's kind of fucking, it's a little blurry, it's a little wishy-washy. Is there still quote-unquote a moderate conservative? They're mostly going to be neocons, and all those guys are also going to be deferential to Trump as well because of, well, the fact that he's bombing the shit out of Iran right now, so... It's one of those things where it's just like, it's kind of... It's a little bit of this, it's a little bit of that. It's a little... Well... It's a little inconsistent, obviously.
Know someone like this, a father, an uncle, or a supervisor, people who on an individual level might be perfectly decent. Moderate conservatives can be good people in their personal lives, charismatic, kind, they might volunteer, lead local organizations, or be devoted to their families. Many of them, especially those from the working class, are acting in good faith, and yet despite their best intentions, they fall into 3 fundamental cognitive traps. These shape their worldview and in turn their politics. That's what we're breaking down today. The 3 fundamental errors in their thinking are focusing on the symptoms, not the cause, anti-intellectualism, and the inability to empathize outside of their personal sphere. Now let's get to it. The book The Reactionary Mind follows the origin of modern conservative thinking from its inception during the 1700s. In The Reactionary Mind, Corey Robin argues that conservatism is fundamentally about the defense of hierarchy and power, particularly the authority of elites over subordinates. Rather than simply advocating for tradition, conservatism is a constantly changing reaction to challenges from lower classes, whether from workers, women, or other marginalized groups. He contends that conservative thought does not stay the same, but constantly adapts to new threats to existing power structures. This quote really sums up the psychological basis for this way of thinking. Conservatism is—
I, so far, 100% fucking agree to this, right? Like, yeah, it's all about deference to those that they see as higher, higher than them in hierarchy, right? And I mean, I would still, like, broadly speaking, apply this to, like, MAGA sort of conservatives as well, right? I mean, a lot of them do have these sort of, like, ideological sort of bases within general sort of, like, conservative circles, right? Like, I don't think it's, like, ridiculous or hyperbolic to say that it is still rather similar, I would say, but yeah, it's always been, like, intrinsic with, like, conservatives. I would mostly just say with, like, the current form that it takes right now, it's more extreme. I guess we could just call it more extreme. Yeah, it's more radical. It's more ridiculous. It's more stupid. That's for certain. And it's more so. I don't know. It really it is one of those things where it's just like you take a look at like modern day like conservatives and you're just like, damn, dude. What fucking happened to a lot of you people? Like, I mean, it's really, really difficult to say that this is, because, I mean, like, No Way, No How has described himself, we are mostly talking about, like, modern-day conservatives, like, like, Reaganites, I would say, yeah, more so Reaganites, is what he's specifically talking about here. I think this is still, broadly speaking, the case. I'm not really sure, though, anymore. Because, I mean, all of them are... It's one of those things where it's so difficult to assess because all of them have been so wholeheartedly, like, captured by the current Trump administration that's in place right now. It's one of those things where it's, like, it's kind of impossible to tell. It's just like, well, is there such thing as, like, the moderate sort of, like, average conservative? Like, maybe, but, like... Another problem with a lot of this is, like, very often, a lot of these guys are also never going to be very, very... I was going to say consistent. I mean, they're never consistent with any of their beliefs, but they will always sort of, like... I suppose, quote-unquote, hide their power level and never really be honest with any of their beliefs. So it's one of those things where it's, like, it's really, really... really difficult to basically it's really, really difficult to have like a perfect like one-to-one sort of comparison for a lot of this stuff. You know, if it, what I'm saying here broadly makes sense. I mean, it also really does not help in particular that No Way No How is saying, is it is very often a response to a lot of challenges of the hierarchical systems, which makes me like more curious for as to how it would sort of like come up within like, you know, MAGA conservatives, like MAGA fucking Republicans and shit like that. That also is a interesting sort of like thought that one can have, but I guess we're sort of just, again, like he said himself, like we are just more so talking about like conservatism in general. I do think that MAGA is more so like, maybe it is supposed to be like an evolution or something, where it's just like, I don't know, more like ridiculous and more pseudo-intellectual. I mean, you know, just mostly just like rambling with my thoughts here.
Is a theoretical voice against the power of the subordinate classes. Historically, the conservative has favored liberty for the higher orders and constraint for the lower orders. What the conservative sees and dislikes inequality is not a threat to freedom, but its extension. For in that extension, he sees a loss of his own freedom. What this essentially means is that at the core of the conservative person's thinking, the feeling that guides their politics is fear. Fear that if we're going to give power to other groups, it must mean that in turn, I will lose a proportionate amount of rights or power. This fear leads to broader...
This is true, by the way. Unironically, there have been studies that have been done into the brains of conservatives, right? And it is, I believe it's the amygdala, right? The part of the brain that has higher fear responses. Within conservatives, their amygdala, the thing that guides their sort of ability to feel fear, is much stronger, bigger, right? The part of their amygdala. Yes, the amygdala is the bottom part of the brainstem. That's true, Boy Meets Mini.
Psychological and philosophical tendency in conservative thinking. The belief that order, authority, and hierarchy are fragile and must be defended against the forces of chaos. This makes conservatism not just a simple
Jordan Peterson,
class, but an active and often aggressive response to social change. Conservatism is not just about preserving hierarchy, but actively justifying it by portraying those at the top class as possessing unique, special, or superior qualities that entitle them to power and wealth. Conservatives often frame social order as natural, inevitable, or even religiously chosen, rather than...
This is a very good comparison that's being done here with monarchy, right? Monarchs and those who would defend the monarchy often would believe that the thoughts and beliefs of the, you know, the king or whatever are to be justified completely from on high, and that, well, the monarch can simply do no wrong. It's the monarch, the king. The king can never do anything wrong whatsoever.
Than a product of historical or material conditions. Conservatives defend hierarchy through three main lies. The first being aristocratic virtue. In classical conservatism, figures like Edmund Burke defended the ruling class by arguing that aristocrats possessed refined virtues, wisdom, and a natural aptitude for leadership that the lower classes lacked. This justified their dominance.
Yeah, obviously we all know that's not the case. Even back then, during the time of aristocrats and monarchs, fucking, like, honestly, like, even, because now we all sort of, like, broadly speaking, regard as our current oligarchs as complete fucking dipshits and, like, morons. Like, Trump is an idiot. We all know that fucking, I was going to say Pete Hegseth, not Pete Hegseth, but Musk's an idiot, Trump's a dumbass idiot, Peter Thiel is an idiot. All of the, like, tech oligarch dipshits are all, like, you genuinely, you see these people speak. They are incredibly uncharismatic. They are really uninteresting. They're super, super fucking off-putting. And you always just, like, sit there and you just wonder to yourself, like, how the fuck did these people accumulate the amount of wealth and power that they did? It's like, well, it's because they got right place, right timed, and they mostly just got kind of lucky and fell into it, right? Or they were already... born into money, and they were able to sort of, like, leverage that into, well, even more insane sort of riches.
Over society. Think Pride and Prejudice, Palace of Versailles, and Let Them Eat Cake. The second being market meritocracy. In modern conservative thought, especially in capitalist societies, wealth and power are often justified through the idea that the successful are inherently more talented, hardworking, or innovative. This belief downplays structural inequality, instead portraying economic and social success as a reflection of personal superiority. Think of Americans bootlicking billionaires like Jeff Bezos as simply working harder than the warehouse workers breaking their backs in dystopian conditions, or the nurses and teachers working 2 jobs to survive. The third lie being biological and cultural essentialism. Throughout history,
the quote-unquote, like, you know, pull yourselves up by your bootstraps forehead.
Conservatives have used biological, racial, and cultural arguments to justify power structures, suggesting that some people are naturally fit to lead while others are destined to follow. These arguments have been used to justify everything from monarchy to racial segregation to gender inequality. These ideas of conservatism are the basis of the ideology and are one-to-one examples of conservatism today. To conservatives, these hierarchies in society are considered good, and the people who are ruling society and hoarding the wealth are always doing so because of virtue and hard work, not birth lottery, exploitation, or luck. The way conservatism holds on to power is by convincing the much more numerous population of working-class people to side with them.
Dude, the fucking people, unironically, these people are fucking sheep. Like, how the fuck do you ever think that Elon Musk has any sort of, like, that he fucking deserves any of his wealth and he's, like, meritocratic in any way, shape, or form? What is fucking Elon's wealth, by the way? Like, I'm just so curious. Elon Musk, net worth. So, with reports say that he got to 900 billion, but now he's at 835 billion. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Like, and if you have ever seen Musk ever talk about literally anything, you just, like, sit there and you wonder to yourself, how the fuck did this guy ever get, like, $1 billion? He's incredibly uninteresting, he's incredibly uncharismatic, and he's a fucking dumbass, man. Like, he is a very, very unintelligent person.
The oligarchs and kings. This is done through a variety of methods and deception, such as believing that billionaires are uniquely smart and hardworking and not dumbass man-children who take the credit for the work that the actual engineers do.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
Oh, hey, that's what I said. Hey, that's what I said. It took the words right out of my mouth.
Chainsaw!
Or through a delusional belief.
Dude, he was so... I guarantee you, he was... Can we all just agree that he was just fucking completely high as a kite when he was fucking doing that stuff, right? He was definitely as high as a fucking kite when he was fucking, I don't know, like... I don't know, shaking around with that fucking chainsaw like that.
Belief that the working class person will one day too become a billionaire. The only way that this parasitic billionaire class is able to live is by deceiving working class people into believing that their interests are aligned. Neoconservatives and the right have grown increasingly aware that any successful defense of the old regime must incorporate the lower orders in some capacity other than as underlings or starstruck fans. The masses must either be able to locate themselves symbolically in the ruling class or be provided with real opportunities to become fake aristocrats in the family, factory, or field. What this means...
That's such a good point, because guess what we've been seeing a lot more often? A lot more of these billionaires have been trying to sort of, like, make themselves look personable, right? A lot of these guys have been, like, going out doing, like, I don't know, like, I think, like, Mark Zuckerberg doing the whole fucking MMA shit, right? When in reality, like, you look at him and how he's behaving, you're like, what the like, bro, you look so out of place. Like, what the fuck are you doing, right? And they're trying to make themselves look as personable as possible to, well, a bunch of dipshits who are definitely gonna fucking fall for it again, right? And that, of course, being a lot of the more conservative, like, or, like, not conservative, I'm also just gonna say, like, lumpen fucking proletariat type people.
Means is that to protect their power, the ruling elite realized they need to win the minds of the poor majority somehow. Republicans starting in the 80s realized it was a lot harder to sell poor people in America on tax cuts for the rich. So as a result, the party shifted to distract the working class from their unpopular economic policy to culture war.
True, that's true, Boy Meets Mini, but then again, I have made the argument that the current modern-day liberals that we have right now are not actually fucking liberals. They are conservatives themselves as well.
Issues like abortion and guns. In the modern day, right-wing populism and movements like Make America Great Again have been able to convince poor people that they are also part of this rich elite club. They can show their idea that they are also in charge by dominating the spheres they have some control over. Like the
idea that they are temporary, embarrassed sort of millionaires, right? It's just like, guys, if I just keep working really, really hard and I don't know, make like a special MacGuffin and somehow get really, really lucky, therefore I will also become a part of the millionaires, this club. It's like, well, in reality, that's just not the fucking case.
As a manager at work, or perhaps their role as a man in the family. This makes for upside-down populism, where the lowest of the low see themselves projected onto the highest of the high. The other option is where the husband, supervisor, or white man gets to play the part of the Lord. Now that we've established the basis of conservative ideology, let's look at the three errors of how they manifest in the modern.
Well, that's interesting, because here's the thing, because also, that's how it was thought of during the 50s, right? Exactly, that's how it was also thought of within the 50s. That, you know, the man is supposed to be the main breadwinner of the house, the main quote-unquote lord of the house that makes all the fucking money. Think about it.
modern day. The first fundamental error of moderate conservatives is blaming and addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. I see this all the time with conservatives online and in my family as well. This pillar of conservative thought is like putting a band-aid on a gaping wound. Conservatives insist on addressing the symptoms of the problem with harsher and harsher policies, never trying to actually heal it or even acknowledge it's even there. This is because
By the way, this is also describes Democrats to a fucking T, which is why I call them not liberals, I call them fucking conservatives. They will also talk about the symptoms, but never the causes, right? Which is just like, okay, that is better in comparison to, say, the Republicans, right? Where they will just never acknowledge that there's any problem whatsoever and just be like, what do you mean there's a problem? Like, what are you talking about? Now, there's no problem. There's literally no problem whatsoever. Like, what do you mean? No, there's no problem whatsoever. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's just complete fucking bullshit. When we all know that's, like, not the case, right? That's, like, complete fucking gobbledygook. Conservatives very, very often, and, you know, I also say this about the Democratic Party as well, because they too are also a conservative fucking party, will basically do anything possible in order to just, never fucking acknowledge or barely do anything about the huge systemic fucking problems that we, I suppose, like, find ourselves currently dealing with.
the root cause of problems in society are material, meaning the lack of basic necessities and financial instability. They only want to look at the symptoms in the moment as the end-all be-all. This is a crucial error. They may be completely right that a person is acting immorally or making wrong decisions, but focusing on immoral decisions as the main things that need to be changed without addressing the material conditions around them ensures that the problem will never change. When people are not getting their basic needs met and are not living dignified lives, they are always more likely to commit crime and antisocial behavior. A conservative will just say change your morals to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. This is not a real solution and will at best help a select few individuals, but will never uplift a whole community. In practice, the right-wing solution is
this is the exact same shit I've also said myself. Like, what conservatives essentially want is an impossibility. To quote-unquote pull yourself up by your fucking bootstraps, that's never going to solve any of the fucking issues these people pretend to really care about whatsoever, because it will never address any of the issues that they pretend to care about whatsoever. It's like, dog, if you want to be able to sort of like fix any of the problems that the left, broadly speaking, is talking about, then guess what? You're gonna have to start thinking about doing something about fucking poverty, because guess what? The only reason why American capitalism still exists in the form that it does right now is because of the fact that, well, the New Deal essentially prevented it from completely and utterly fucking collapsing. But do modern day conservatives really give much of a shit about that whatsoever? No.
Seek the highest punishments in policing and sentencing possible without offering wide-scale solutions other than moral pandering. In low-income neighborhoods, schools are severely underfunded, leaving students with few resources and limited opportunities. Massive highways cut through communities, with half the neighborhood bulldozed to make way for it. Within a large radius, the only affordable food options are fast food chains like McDonald's and Subway, offering little beyond highly processed foods. Job opportunities are just as scarce, with many residents forced to work for unlivable wages at places like Dollar General or Walmart. These neighborhoods are often placed near highways and toxic waste facilities, leading to significantly higher rates of chronic diseases. When trying to leave these communities, people...
That's redlining right there, right? Like... we've talked all about this shit before, right? The sort of byproducts and consequences of redlining, and the fact that conservatives constantly talking shit about, like, quote unquote the culture of fucking black people is like not an accurate thing to fucking complain about. When it's just like, dog, if we just take a look through the entirety of the history of the United States of America, to say that this is a culture fucking thing is really, really fucking stupid. It's like, no, it's not a problem with black culture or whatever bumblefuck excuses that you can just come up with. No. That's really fucking dumb. The main issue is specifically with the fact that people are essentially given no options to be able to, well, for lack of a better term, pull themselves up by their fucking bootstraps, as much as these conservatives pretend to say, like, they want black people to be able to do as such. It's like, no. You guys give people, like, no options to be able to do any of that stuff, and you all, like, shock Pikachu face collectively, saying, like, I wonder why these people who we said are supposed to be contributors to society are not contributing as much as they could to society. It's like, well, dog, you've essentially, like, handicapped all these people from the fucking beginning, and then you're going to start, like, shocked Pikachu facing that they're not going to be able to participate as well in society as you think they're able to, you think that they're supposed to be able to. It's like, why are you surprised by any of this? fucking stupid. It's just silly, man.
Were systematically prevented from buying houses in different neighborhoods through redlining. In these communities, many residents are recent immigrants from poorer countries and black Americans who are descendants of slaves and sharecroppers, people who within living memory were denied opportunities to build and pass down wealth. At most, they've had 3 generations to accumulate resources, while white families have had centuries to establish businesses, build connections, and transfer wealth across generations. When progress was made in black communities specifically, far-right extremist terrorism burned down entire communities, destroyed businesses, lynched
Black
thousands of
Wall
people,
Street.
prevented people from voting, and heavily policed these neighborhoods. Take the Greenwood district of Tulsa, Oklahoma, known as Black Wall Street, for its black-owned businesses and institutions, which was destroyed during the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921. Sparked by a racially charged accusation against a black man, tensions escalated into violence aided by local authorities. White mobs looted and burned 35 blocks, leaving thousands homeless and up to 300 dead. Airplanes were even used to drop incendiary devices. Survivors were interned in camps, denied compensation, and silenced by a decades-long suppression of the event, leaving Greenwood unable to fully recover. Black communities were targeted like this to varying degrees, and if they weren't directly attacked, they still faced the same systemic racism in housing, loans, quality food, and schooling. With all of these variables compounding together, it's insane to think that people have an equal starting point. Rather than picking any of those issues, if not even one of them, moderate conservatives would prefer to look at everybody making decisions in a vacuum or believe everyone is working from the same position. If you follow the logic of these conservatives, whether they understand the logical end to their argument or not, it's inherently racist. Because if you don't think it's these material conditions that are causing these communities to have more poverty and its corresponding symptoms, then the only other explanation is that they have a crime bone in their body or something genetic that white people don't have. That's the only other logical
Listen, if the conservative does not have an explanation for as to why a certain thing is happening, they will immediately just say it's about race. That's like literally about it. Santa Ana burned down its Chinatown and had white mobs do it while the public watched from a nearby hilltop. Texas or Seld. That's very, very cool. Man, we love systemic racism within the United States of America. I wonder why Hitler specifically really took a look at a lot of the history of the United States of America, talking about like, of America in order to shape a lot of its like racially based policies. I couldn't possibly think of anything.
Explanation if you deny the material conditions. Instead of looking at the root causes of why things happen to stop it from continuing to happen, they'll focus on the symptoms and never address the fact that these communities are completely underserved. The same example can be done with immigrants coming from Latin America to the United States or Africans coming into Europe. The United States and European governments colonized, caused wars, sucked the resources, and destabilized governments in Africa and Latin America. People from these devastated places flee the terrible conditions created by those Western countries. Instead of looking at the root causes of these countries having such terrible conditions that people want to flee, they will just focus on the fact that they are trying to immigrate to more stable countries. The decision to
wait, hold on. Now, listen, I, as an Asmongold viewer, or like a Nux Taku viewer, or whatever, will say, have the, black people ever considered to just not have low IQs, or like, whatever the fuck? And people, and these, like, fucking, like, sniveling fucking dipshits wonder why, like, people on the left just fucking make fun of them all the time.
Is also something that Western people would definitely do if they were in the same position. The United States gave the developmental Marshall Plan to Europe after World War II. They spent billions of dollars developing Europe to incredible success. Why can't they do that with Latin America? The idea has been floated before and would offer immense economic benefits as well as actually address the immigration crisis. Instead, we get to spend billions of dollars punishing those who try to come, militarizing the border, which is still a failure because you're never going to truly stop it. Conservatives have an inability to look at problems holistically or why they arise. You get ineffective solutions that ensure the problems will continue forever.
I've said this exact same criticism as well with Trump's fucking goddamn Venezuela policies. You know, because conservatives will constantly, like, shocked Pikachu face saying, like, I wonder why all these fucking Venezuelans are coming to the United States of America. It's like, well, there's this funny little coup that happened in 2019 called the Venezuelan fucking goddamn coup, okay? When Juan Guaido and, a bunch of fishermen basically caught out his, like, merry band of, like, rejects, and were basically just like, have we ever considered, just maybe, if we just stopped fucking with those countries, you know, the United States, of course, being the we, if we just, like, stopped messing with all these countries over and over and over again, maybe, just maybe, all these conservatives that love to just bitch, moan, and complain about these countries not being able to properly fucking develop, maybe they'll actually be able to develop. You know, just some fucking food for thought. I mean, it's really complicated, it's really crazy, but it's just like, you know, maybe if we just stopped fucking with all these countries, maybe they'll be able to do that too. Maybe, just maybe.
Conservatives love policing, harsh jail times, and the
True, Alex.
complex. This tough-on-crime policy and war on drugs has been bipartisan in America. The centrist Democratic Party is just as supportive of these conservative right-wing policies towards crime.
We must take back the streets.
Hi, Joe.
It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents. It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter whether or not they had no background that enabled them to become.
Thank you, Joe.
Become socialized into the fabric of society. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I want to ask, what made them do this? They must be taken off the street. That's number one. There's a consensus on that. If we don't, they will, or a portion of them will, become the predators 15 years from now. And Madam President, we have predators on our streets.
Joe Biden was infamous for championing the crime bill in the
Thank you,
1990s,
Joe.
and Kamala Harris bragged about being the top cop and locking up nonviolent drug offenders. Cop cities are opening up in Democratic cities all over the country. These policies have proven to be utterly ineffective at preventing crime, with America having the largest prison population on Earth, yet still being much more dangerous than Europe, East Asia.
And it's because of the very, very high fucking recidivism rates. Because again, instead of actually dealing with the material conditions, because we're probably going to be constantly mentioning that over and over and over again, what would America prefer to do? Just continue to fucking keep punishing these people over and over and over again. So like it becomes like one of those situations where it's just like, well, dog, like we keep mentioning all these like solutions to the problems that we keep saying like, okay, here's this problem. Here's a solution to the problem. Do we actually care at all about finding a fucking solution to the problem? Like, do we give a shit about this at all whatsoever, America? Because you keep having a problem and you keep trying to repeat the exact same sort of like actions and behaviors, thinking that it's going to fucking do something in order to fix it. And then we just end up shocked Pikachu facing and all these people going like, oh, what happened? What happened? I thought we fixed the problem by like, I don't know, throwing them all in a fucking hole. When in reality, part of the reason for as to why they wanted to do this to begin with, throw them all in a fucking hole, is because, well, there's a bunch of fucking private prison companies that have very, very specific interests and just want to throw all these people in a bunch of holes.
And the entire developed world. These problems will always persist until actual material changes are made to ensure that there is a safety net with healthcare, affordable housing, and good education. Without funding poor communities, conservatives are putting the kids that grow up in them in an impossible gauntlet. Make it through growing up in a poor neighborhood with unhealthy food, terrible schools, police brutality, and lack of opportunities without going to jail or dying. To confirm their worldview, right-wingers and conservative grifters parade around good-intentioned people who made it out of poor communities or prison who focus on good morals, casting aside the systems that cause bad decisions as a secondary factor, if acknowledged at all. To create
tons of fucking, black conservatives, right? That describes them perfectly to a fucking goddamn T, right? All these fucking, I mean, if we wanted to be like a little bit of a piece of shit about it, like vis-a-vis like a lot of these lefties, quote unquote lefties, who will do the like FD signifier, they'll just call them like a bunch of fucking slurs, right? Although like, the prescriptions are generally speaking going to be fucking correct, right? Saying like, yeah, these people are like this because, they're just doing the bidding of fucking conservatives. They're doing the bidding of their fucking goddamn, corporate fucking masters. And that is true, that is absolutely fucking factual and accurate, rather. It's just the general sort of problem, maybe not like the general sort of problem with like that form of fucking goddamn analysis, is the fact that it's just like, well, it's not going to be like an optimal sort of like solution to just be like, oh, if we just call them a bunch of specific anti-black fucking slurs, that's definitely going to fix the problems. No, that's not going to fucking do anything. It's not going to be really convincing to anyone, unfortunately, even though, their prescriptions are sort of accurate. I mean, like, listen, we have to be a little bit of lefty lip cucks, okay? We have to be a little libtard, and just say, you know what? We just need to have very effective policies that are going to help fix these issues, folks, let me tell you. But, we're mostly talking about fucking conservatives here, and conservatives, broadly speaking, the one thing that they fucking care about is just, honestly, just causing more suffering for those they deem as, well, the other.
Create this gauntlet for kids from poor communities is a choice. We don't need to make it so hard for these kids to make it out and then parade them around when they do. We could make it so that they have good schools, they have healthy food, and they have plenty of opportunities, and not make it so they have the odds stacked against them from succeeding. It may not happen overnight, but the morality and choices will 100% follow suit. There's a reason why you don't see crime in rich communities. It's not because of the inherent traits of the people that inhabit them. It's because they have basic material conditions met. They are not forced into committing crimes or immoral actions out of necessity. The second major flaw is anti-intellectualism and a complete distrust in institutions. Although this has a lot to do with the decline of media literacy, reading, and general dumbing down of the American public, this is largely due to the failure of liberals and the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party fully abandoned the working class and embraced neoliberalism during the 80s and 90s, solidifying the party transition with Bill Clinton. Liberal politicians like Obama and Hillary Clinton...
I don't 100% disagree with this, right? I do think that the Democratic Party is a big reason for as to why this is the case. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it is because of policies by both Reagan and also George Bush. I mean, No Child Left Behind and standardized fucking testing, it had a very, very large effect and had huge fucking consequences in terms of the working class being able to participate, well, better within society, I guess, for lack of a better term. Big part of the reasoning for as to why it is as bad is because of all the standardized testing. Not to also mention the fact that property taxes are the main thing that also sort of, I was going to say guide funding. Guide funding is not exactly accurate here, but the main sort of way that schools get funding within the United States of America is, you know, again, from No Child Left Behind, that's George Bush right there, is from basically having very, very high fucking test scores. And it should really go without saying why that's really, really fucking stupid.
Ran on hope and change, but their technocratic neoliberal policies like NAFTA further screwed over the already struggling working class. At the same time as working people's conditions in America continued to deteriorate and wages continued to stagnate, liberal politicians kept pandering to Americans how good things are. The disconnect between liberal politicians and the realities of working class Americans created a large sense of distrust between Americans and liberal technocratic bureaucrats. To add fuel to the fire, this is the same time liberal politicians leaned heavily into identity politics and telling many of these struggling working class white people that they're incredibly privileged despite their deteriorating conditions. The failures of Obama's presidency and liberalism to help the working class, coupled with identity politics coming from colleges and the government, created the perfect storm for a reactionary revolt which culminated in the 2016 election of Donald Trump. All conservative trust in liberal politicians and in turn government agencies, academia, and intellectuals completely collapsed. What started as genuine critiques and identifying lies of Democrats and liberals has descended into a full-scale rejection of anything perceived as intellectual. This has resulted in conservatives trusting fake news and conspiracies and their own research over experts in any field or topic. 2020, of course,
this is true.
Overdrive, taking vaccine denial to new levels. As a result, we are seeing the return of previously eradicated diseases like measles and polio. As every year passes, conservatives lean heavier into the appeal of gut instinct over rational analysis, conspiracy culture, distrust of institutions.
Well, I mean, this is definitely just part of the reasoning for also why, I mean, that's not exactly accurate what I'm saying there. This is also like borne itself out throughout history, right? The Nazis basically did the exact same shit. Same with every other sort of like fascistic dictatorship as well. The Soviet Union would also do this as well. Be very, very sort of like anti-intellectual, right? In order to be able to maintain its sort of like, well, dictatorial sort of power. It's all about one thing and one thing only. Because unfortunately, I think it's like, not unfortunately, but as Lee Atwater, who was an advisor to Reagan at that point in time, and was pretty much the main guy behind the sort of the reduction of the subsidies, not a reduction, more or less like elimination of the subsidies that happened on Ronald Reagan for universities. The reason why that happened is because Lee Atwater basically said, hey, if we have these university subsidies basically put in place here, well, we're going to risk having an educated sort of proletariat. And really can't be having any of that whatsoever, you know. If we have an educated proletariat, it's going to make it such that it's going to be way, way more complicated for us to be able to do our own sort of thing in order to be able to keep down the masses. So then we can, well, you know, continue to manipulate them and stuff like that. That's really, really what it is.
Institutions and science skepticism. 2016 broke conservatives' brains. At times in the past, conservatives claimed to value rational analysis or discourse. In the past 9 years, it has completely disappeared in favor of QAnon, election denialism, and pandemic conspiracies.
Them less?
Listen, we're talking about government agencies that do not get tax cuts.
No, not the fucking dude. This fucking guy is a. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man. This dude was so fucking stupid, dude. Like, holy fucking shit, dude. Like, oh my god. Like, ugh. I'm trying to remember what this Jubilee fucking dipshit said to Sam Cedar. The government, gets funding through, through, private institutions or something. This is how the average American thinks. That is true, Boy Meets Mini. But I mean, it's because of the destruction of education within America, right? Ronald Reagan and George Bush the main reasons why you have people who think like this fucking goddamn dipshit is because of fucking Ronald Reagan and the destruction of essentially all forms of critical thinking within the United States of America, right? Broadly speaking, they have made it, those two fucking morons have made it such that, we're gonna have a generation of people, generally speaking, who are going to be way more fucking stupid. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Yeah, I'm gonna keep fucking blaming the same people, Matt Chu, because guess what? They're pretty much the main reasons for as to why the United States of America is in the current shithole that it is right now. Shut the fuck up.
They don't. Government agencies.
They don't.
No.
Yes, they do. They absolutely do.
I'm talking about
every private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't.
God, they get fucking tax cuts when they hire a person of color. Dude, they get their fucking funding through taxpayer money. They don't need tax cuts. It's so stupid!
Pay taxes. Government agencies are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true. And you know what? I think
Like, government agencies are not funded by the government. I don't know, like, the only other reasoning for as to why I think this guy said that is because of, like, you know, the United States' sort of, like, fixation with private-public fucking partnerships. It's like, actually, the government has been completely privatized now through, private-public partnerships, so therefore it has to all be fucking privatized. This is how this works. It's like, Jesus Christ, it's so fucking goofy.
the whole juxtapose of this into
What would be an example of the misinformation that you're referring to?
Like that vaccines cause autism?
So they don't cause autism, you're saying?
Correct.
At all?
Correct.
Well, that's news to me. Okay, what about death? Doesn't the vaccine save lives?
Correct. It lowers the death rate. It doesn't prevent it 100%.
Okay.
I remember this was also another episode. I think his name is Dr. Mike, I think is his name, right? Dr. Mike. This was also a pretty infamous, I think, Jubilee episode from Jubilee as well, where this dude was just like, I don't know, had like the patience of a saint, basically, debating with like, unironically, like, people who I would just describe as like unironic fucking cattle. Like, unironic just fucking cattle, where it's just like, dog, like, the Make America Great Again movement is not really fucking doing anything, and conservative movements in general, really not helping themselves, considering the fact that these are their, well, the main people that they have is their, like, sort of, like, main fucking representatives. It's like, Jesus Christ, man, like, you people are really not helping yourselves in terms of, I don't know, beating the allegations of people thinking that you guys are extremely fucking stupid.
So why are people dying?
Because it's not 100%.
Conservatives correctly identify one issue, then prescribe the completely wrong solution. They often completely fail to grasp the overarching structure that leads to the problems they are correctly identifying. Democrats suck, but that doesn't mean Republicans are the answer. Public services might operate poorly, but it's because they are underfunded. Trump is correctly pointing out the flaws, but will do nothing to address them. The deep state is bad, but Trump's whole cabinet is the deep state. The analysis is always an inch deep, and then they plant themselves there. As a result, you get a massively contradictory ideology. Law and order versus support of January 6 rioters. Small government versus government control over social issues. Free market capitalism versus protectionism and populism. Anti-elite rhetoric versus worship of billionaires. Defending free speech versus banning books, protesting, and censorship. Now let's get to the third flaw. But before we get to the last flaw, please take a second to like the video and subscribe to the channel.
Like, comment, and
The third flaw
subscribe.
is the inability to connect the
Alright, that was a good burp. I'll give you that one, buddy.
empathy and values they have in their personal lives with people outside of their personal sphere or communities. They think that the good experiences that they have with minorities are exceptions to the rule, and the people that they like from these groups represent exceptional character and perseverance. They might defend their minority friend or employee, but the second they get home and turn on the news, they'll fall back on their base instincts and conservative reactions. They are very susceptible to the right-wing othering and alienation of certain groups, further pushing them away from their lived experiences. These individuals live two lives in their relationships with minorities.
That's a really good fucking point. It's the idea of quote-unquote the model minority, the quote-unquote, listen, I've lived with fucking Pablo for about 20 years, and he's such a good man. He's a good man. We love Pablo. I can't believe that the administration would try to deport Pablo because Pablo is a good man, you know, and then they just... It's also like the same thing with a lot of black people, for example. Well, they'll just say like, well, you know, the only reason why they're the way that they are is because of their culture. That's the main sort of problem, you know, and shit like that.
Frequently notice these contradictions in their views, especially when you press them or hear them talk about these topics. For many conservatives, there's a constant subconscious battle between two conflicting emotions in their minds. On one side, they have the natural empathetic feelings that come from being a human, positive experiences that reflect how in the majority of their encounters with minorities, things have been entirely fine. In fact, many of these experiences are enriching, joking with them, trying their food, listening to their music, and appreciating their culture. On the other hand, they're pulled in by right-wing media, which dominates most social media and mainstream news. This media exploits their fears and insecurities, amplifying any minor prejudices they might have had. They block out their connections and revert to painting them as the other in a deeply instinctual way. It's almost surreal to have a conversation about race or religion with conservatives, because with the same discussion, you'll hear progressive takes followed by the most insane statements. For example, they'll say, I work with a group of Latino migrants who are some of the most hardworking people you'll have ever met. They're 10 times hardworking than any white kid could ever be. These people essentially run the business and we couldn't function without them. They keep their heads down, work hard, and rarely check their phones. Then later that day, they'll watch Fox News and say, we need to deport all these motherfuckers, they're all criminals, coming here for handouts and bringing fentanyl across the border. The saddest part is that no matter how much progress you make with a well-meaning, good faith conservative, how much you get them to understand the framing, see your points, it all goes out the window the moment they hear a reactionary take or Elon tweet that appeals to these animal instincts. You can see this with...
Yep, but unironically, it's the fucking lizard brain. Like, these people only think with their fucking goddamn lizard brain. They are just sheep. They are cattle. Which is why, like, honestly, it gets to the point where it's just like, what the fuck is the point of engaging with any of these people in a sort of good faith manner when it doesn't matter. Like, you can say anything, you can do literally fucking anything in order to talk to these people, to try to appeal to any of their sensibilities, when in reality, it just doesn't fucking matter. Like, it's pointless, it's who cares, it's stupid, it's ridiculous. God, I fucking hate interacting with fucking conservatives. Because at any point in time where they can just, like, turn off their brains and just, I don't know, fall back on all of the same base, like, instinctual, like, idiotic, like, reactionary fucking tendencies, it's like, oh, brother, God, these people fucking stink, and I hate interacting with them. They are impossible, I can't fucking deal with them. And it's a struggle, like, it is a struggle. Like, I mean, part of it is, like... This has always been the intended project of fucking conservatives ever since Ronald Reagan. All the culture war fucking bullshit as well. That's been also helped to catalyze because Gamergate and shit like that. It's just a challenge, man. And it's always just like, it's one of those things where it's just like, wow, this is just one of those things where you just look at it and it's like, man, all these people fucking stink, and it makes it very, very difficult to want to have like... or rather, like, ever have any rapport with these people. But unfortunately, we are kind of fucking stuck with them. We kind of have to fucking deal with it at some point. It sucks. It's unfortunate. But they make a massive amount of the fucking population. So we kind of have to just come up with a way to fucking deal with them. It's annoying. And, I mean, it's a lot of complicated socioeconomic reasons for as to why we even find ourselves... in this place to begin with. It just, I don't know, like, expressing it in some way, it's very, very fucking difficult, because it's one of those things where it's just like, God, every single time you interact with one of these people, and it's just like, man, you're, like, almost fucking there, and they just completely veer off in a different direction. It's why the whole meme, for example, of... we taught a chimpanzee what the average sort of, like, American voter thinks, and it ended up fucking, quote-unquote, hanging itself, very much so applies perfectly to, like, conservatives very, very often, because it is one of those situations where it's like, man, we basically taught this one conservative literally everything in terms of what... Or no, we listened to basically everything that they said, and it's just like, oh man, we ended up fucking hanging ourselves, metaphorically speaking here, of course, because, God, these people are such a pile of contradictions and are so inherently fucking ridiculous. I have no idea how these people are even able to get up in the morning when they think like this. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. And it's just, it's frustrating. It's just extremely, extremely fucking frustrating.
Well-meaning, self-proclaimed dumb guy celebrities like Theo Von or Joe Rogan before he went full MAGA cuck. They'll have someone on like Bernie Sanders, for example, and he'll walk them through wealth inequality and the realities of elite power. They'll understand it all, but then, the second their next guest comes on, all the facts, logic, and reasoning fly out the window, and they fall back on their old knee-jerk instincts the second they hear conservative talking points. It's like training a dog. You just have to say a few words like woke, transports, or cancel culture, and Rogan will suddenly perk up and remember all their programming. It's incredibly demoralizing when you know that everything you've just discussed is going to go in one ear and come out the other. I see this all the time with my own family and modern conservatives in general. If you look for it, you'll see it everywhere. In addition to these three flaws, there's a massive flaw in the very very idea of Make America Great Again. America wasn't great because of better values, but progressive policies. The time in which America was the greatest, not for women or minorities, that people reference to in Make America Great Again, was during America's golden age of capitalism during the 1950s through the 1970s. The time conservatives often romanticize, ironically featured the most progressive wealth distributions in American history. This period was marked by strong federal and local governments, high tax rates, and significant labor union participation. The average working American wielded much more power through unions, while the tax rates on the wealthy were substantially higher. The top marginal tax rate on individual income reached 91% during the 1950s. This was implemented for the highest earners, typically those making over $200,000 annually, which would be equivalent to several $million today.
I'm not really gonna have any debates or anything to sort of say here, but because no way, no how is 100% fucking accurate here. Yeah, like the time of the greatest sort of economic prosperity for the entirety of the planet in human fucking history was when the top marginal tax rates on the wealthiest Americans were at about 94%. And it produced, the most, economically prosperous time in human fucking history.
Income tax peaked at 52% in 1953. These rates crashed over the following decades. When your grandparents talk about how good it was when they were a kid.
And by the way, that was mostly because ever since the New Deal was passed, what did conservatives start doing pretty much immediately? Working to basically completely undo any of the sort of like progress that was made as a byproduct of the of the New Deal. Because guess what? It created a lot of fucking systems that currently exist right now, and the conservatives were not very happy about the fact that they had to pay more in taxes in order to be able to do that. Like Social Security, they were not happy about the fact that they had to pay more in Social Security. I say conservatives, rich people were just not happy about the fact that they had to pay more into Social Security. And that's unironically what it is. They just got mad about the fact, more taxes? That's cucked and liberal. We hate paying more taxes.
And there was a lot more stability, way less crime, way better infrastructure, and you could pay for college by waiting tables in the summer. This is why. The median home price was around $7,500 to $12,000, and the median household income was approximately $3,300 to $5,000 annually. That's a house costing 2.5 to 3 times annual income. Now, houses cost 6 to 8 times the median annual income. Strong unions ensured that their wages increased alongside productivity. In the 1970s, America's two political parties turned toward neoliberalism, allowing corporations to deindustrialize and get rid of these high-earning union jobs and ship them overseas to exploit cheap labor.
Not to mention, also the financialization of the economy also started happening around this time as well, right? That I think is a very, very important factor to talk about constantly when it comes to the byproducts of fucking neoliberalism. The financialization of the economy and its fucking consequences are something that we're going to have to be dealing with for the latter part of about, the rest of probably our existences.
Reagan dismantling unions and cutting off restrictions on corporations allowed them to run wild in a race at the bottom. Ever since then, corporations have been able to give you as little as possible and the worst possible product, all the while paying the least amount of taxes and destroying the environment. This one graph showing how workers' wages have stagnated cannot be overstated. There are many reasons why things in America have gone so shit. But this
hello, it's my favorite fucking goddamn graph, aka the wage productivity gap graph. Oh, whoa. I can't believe that this graph would make an appearance here. Boy meets Smitty, are you shocked? Alex, are you shocked? I, for one, am completely shocked.
This one should be burned into your brain. Society will cannibalize itself if you allow corporations to have free reign and you do not redistribute wealth. Worker wages have remained stagnant since the 1970s. We don't have to act like it's a big mystery why things have gone so shit. This is why. The 91% tax rate on the rich made sure that you don't have these oligarchs dominating society. Now imagine if we redistributed that wealth today, but not just extending it to white men, but to everyone. It should be no surprise that when you provide basic needs for people, that you can have those cool 1950s experiences like having a functioning, prosperous Main Street with local businesses, getting a burger and shake at the diner for 5 cents, and getting your first hand job in one of those 1950s cars that cost you $5 while listening to Put Your Head on My Shoulder. Then you could grow up and provide for a wife and 3 kids with one person's income. No wonder Grandpa misses the old days. Much of the left program of economic...
Yeah, no wonder also no wonder everyone fucking misses the old days, because guess what? It turns out when you actually fucking taxed billionaires, instead of, I don't know, them unironically being just a gaggle of fucking pedophiles now or something. Because here's the thing, like, with the financialization of the economy, everything getting fucking worse, everything is like race to the bottom fucking trick bullshit nonsense. Oh, and also everything, all fucking pedophilia as well. That's also a thing that's fucking happening right now. It's just... It's eternally frustrating, being on the left, and it's just like, well, we were correct yet again. Too early about being correct yet again, but we were correct yet again.
Redistribution can be understood as entailing not a sacrifice of freedom for the sake of equality, but an extension of freedom from the few to the many. It's really a peasant mindset to believe that Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos has any inherent genius that allows them to get to the level that they are at. They have no idea the reality of how you or the majority of Americans live. They have been living in bubbles of wealth and surrounded by other rich people, and
this is a great fucking point to be basically raising here. billionaires are... Okay, I say this a little fucking hyperbolically. They are not human, right? Like, they have no idea about what a human fucking experience is. Because, again, like, we've talked about this broader sort of concept before. That amount of fucking wealth and power makes it such that, like, you can't sort of have, like, a way to be able to sort of, like, look at that and be like, oh, yeah, you know, I have a complete understanding of exactly what a human experience is, given the fact that I have all this fucking money. It's like, no, that's not how, that's literally how not, like, none of this fucking works. It is just non-fucking sensical.
Yes, men. It's been decades since they've remembered any form of a relatable, normal American life, assuming they haven't already been born into wealth. You shouldn't aspire to stop being exploited so you can become an exploiter, but rather change society so it's better for everyone. You are also much closer to becoming homeless than you are to becoming a billionaire. Many Americans are one car crash or job loss away from being homeless, as up to 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Almost all of the media that conservatives love to consume highlights the errors in their way of thinking. In mainstream entertainment media, the bad guys almost always represent the hierarchical views of their ideology. Star Wars, Hunger Games, Avatar, and They Live, to name a few, are all about fighting fascism. The nature of humanity is that things are constantly changing. It is foolish to cling to things because they are familiar.
Well, you know, as we all know, right, and I assume No Way, No How definitely understands this concept, but what conservatives do inherently believe in is a just completely broken pile of fucking contradictions.
We have transcended the need for hierarchies based on superficial reasons. If you want to see the left versus right discussion further, check out my video, Why the Far Right is Always Worse Than the Far Left. Thanks for watching, please like the video and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the comments. Peace.
Didn't want to fucking do that. Great video there by No Way, No How. Very, very so. And I've said a lot of these exact same sort of, talking points before as well. And, well, I was mostly thinking that it was probably going to be completely different in terms of, well, my preamble was, like, completely inaccurate. But, well, you know, that's the point of this. We're mostly here to learn, yada, yada, yada. Great video, obviously. No notes. Pretty much a lot of the exact same stuff that I have said throughout my sort of... Do I want to say career or something? I don't know. Yeah, sure. Throughout my sort of quote-unquote career... Just saying that just fucking feels weird. I don't like that. But in sort of like a lot of the same analysis that I have had in terms of... in terms of conservatism, I pretty much just have come to a lot of the exact same fucking conclusions here that No Way, No How has also gotten to as well. And because it really is just one of those cases where it's just like, man, all of these guys are just walking piles of fucking contradictions. They don't actually believe in most of the stuff that they pretend to fucking believe in. If they actually did, then they would be flaming, roving leftists. But unfortunately, most of the thing that gets triggered in their minds is like the lizard part of their brain where they're just like, yeah, dude, I listened to my inherent fucking programming here, and therefore I have to just go back to completely parroting all the completely nonsensical dreck and bullshit that I have been basically programmed to believe and programmed to essentially think about and, well, believe in. And it's frustrating, man. It's not easy. It fucking sucks. It's lame. It's pretty shit. And guess what? I hate it. You hate it. We all fucking hate it. But, you know, it's something that we have to fucking combat. We have to combat this at all sort of costs. If we don't combat it, it's going to just cause more and more problems and issues for everyone else in the fucking long run. It's unfortunate. It's grueling. It's difficult fucking work. But unfortunately, we have to fucking do it. Because guess what? The current people that find themselves in power right now are the fucking conservatives, right? And they are just going to keep doing the exact same things. The point of these hierarchical structures is to essentially just, well, ensure that there is that maintenance of hierarchy and systems of control. That has always been the point. And who is that meant to mostly benefit, primarily speaking? That is, of course, billionaires, the corporations, the rich, yada, yada, yada. And we have to do everything possible in order to fucking fight back against that shit. We have to, period, end of story, because if we don't, and basically we just stop fighting and consign ourselves to sort of apathy and non-fucking engagement. That's exactly what the current people in power want from all of us. They want apathy, they want non-engagement, and if we just stop basically paying attention and not sort of like talking about these issues, then well, the billionaires and the corporations are going to win. It took them a very, very long time, of course. Now, I'm going to be talking about the dismantling of the New Deal. And that's mostly the biggest reason for as to why we find ourselves under a lot of the dismantling of the New Deal, because of, well, billionaires essentially saying, like, well, we just need to take apart the New Deal because we just hate the fact that we have to pay a bunch of fucking taxes. And that's mostly what it is. These people are just upset about the fact that they have to pay a bunch of fucking taxes into, well, Social Security and whatnot, because they're just pissed about it. Well, the fact they have to pay, well, their taxes into fucking Social Security and whatnot. That's purely what it is, right? And it's been a very, very long project through, of course, suburbanization, building of car infrastructure, and the destruction of education, broadly speaking, within the United States of America. It took a lot for them to get here, but they eventually, well, got there. And this is the byproduct and the result that we're seeing right now. Essentially, the, well, destruction of, or the attempted destruction of the social safety net, or the further destruction of the social safety net, as well as the further and further concentration of wealth in the hands of fewer and fewer and fewer people. And the, I don't know, creation of a bunch of fucking dipshits like Elon Musk and, I don't know, like all these other like billionaire dumbasses who have essentially taken all the power for themselves. But yeah, great video, fantastic, no notes, pretty much everything here said by No Way, No How, 100% agree with, and it is how we eventually ended up with the sort of fascistic iteration of all of this in the MAGA movement. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice meme. I was not expecting that to go in that direction, but I am pleasantly surprised that it did. Also, we have pressure domes. Look at them. Look at this big-ass dome. Big-aw dome. These things are bigger than I thought they would be. I think the only difference in terms of the quality for these things is, there's no difference between any of them. But yeah, we have pressure domes now, so now we can actually build something. I went around and I grabbed a bunch of, well, bullshit. I'll get rid of this. Lovely. Well, I've mostly just been fixing things in the background. We still need to fix some things. We needed more jelly nut. We have more jelly nut. And we have plenty of jelly now. We needed more LDS. We have more LDS, so we can build more rockets. We needed more copper. We're shipping in more copper. We may need more nutrients. We can probably create more nutrients. Yeah, that's a nice and full jelly belt right there. $500 jelly per second to make a bunch of fucking rocket fuel. We're also having power issues because we're not making enough fucking steam. We need to make more fucking goddamn steam. Which is what is leading to this fucking problem specifically. Okay. Also, we've been consuming a lot more rocket fuel as well because of all these extra fucking goddamn burn towers we're making. However, it's not the end of the world that we're doing this, because eventually they will stop operating. We just need all of this extra fucking goddamn steam, because the power plant is not working, because we don't have enough steam. It's the main problem. So guess what? We're making more steam. Honestly, the optimal solution to this would just be to pretty much import a fusion power plant. Just import the fusion plant, and then we would not have to think about this anymore. But I don't really want to do that as a catch-all solution to all of my problems. Alright, and you're filling yourself up with a bunch of shit because you're full, not full of stuff. That's unfortunate. Not what I wanted to open. Also, we got attack from massive ice biters and stuff on Lemures. I may have to make some form of a remote force in order to murder all of these things. Perhaps we will also have to make a Titan force to just go out and kill stuff here as well. Very important. There's one thing that's going to be useful on that planet. It's going to be the hydro plants voiding extra liquids. That'll be very, very useful. Good thing about voiding liquids is it doesn't matter in terms of voiding with that shit. I need this one load just so I can take this over to Gleba and make some fucking soil. Is the power about to stabilize? Are we finally making enough steam? No. I may have to import a smaller fusion reactor here to send the fluoroketone mule in order to take care of this. We may just have to do it out of necessity. Yeah, because this motherfucker does not appear to be able to keep up. We don't need a crazy amount here. I can probably just take the exact thing that I have from Aquilo. Just a small one like this should be more than enough. This should be 700 megawatts. This is more than enough. This little guy right here is more than enough. So we may have to do that. I didn't blueprint this. Because we're not going to do the one we made for Novice. That's a little overkill. I mean, it was also overkill for Novice. We definitely did not need to make this thing. But hey, we have it now. Okay, so I want to scale up even more. Cryolabs are actually really, really good. Who would have thought? Anywho, we need to drop off these eggs first. No. Just the eggs. Alright, and I hovered over Gleba because I need to essentially tell these things. Okay, no, I did already tell these things that they're just working. Although honestly, it would be easier if I just said, like, hey, just do this if these get too full. That works better. But, whatever. That works as well. But it looks like now we are stabilized. So stabilized in terms of power for the time being. Which means these will operate normally at normal speeds. And we're producing enough of everything else. Okay, so this thing for the most part should be stable. For the most part. I don't think we need any more pressure domes than we have right now. I have not been making much progress on this planet. I'm aware of this. We've been busy with fixing a bunch of stuff. We've been needing to fix a bunch of stuff, unfortunately. Good thing I caught that. And you're fine as well. Lovely. Okay. Give me fruits. Yeah, I think we just need a fusion plant here out of necessity, I think. We just don't produce enough power now. And we need a fusion plant here out of necessity. I don't produce enough fucking red circuits? What the heck? Alright, well, first things first, we need more of these. Okay. We need a fusion reactor here. At this point, I believe it has become a necessity. We just don't produce enough power. I don't have the capacity to be able to reform the fucking goddamn thing, so guess what we need? We're gonna need a bunch of these boys. Fluoroketone barrels. Lots of fluoroketone barrels. Question is where am I sticking it? We need RoboPort coverage for it. I'm gonna stick it right here, I think. No, I don't want to stick it right there. Over here, I think is fine. Alright, remove all this bullshit. I need something that produces me about 1 gigawatt of power. We don't need anything crazy, just some about 1 gigawatt. Should be more than enough. Oh. I just want a 6, just a 6 plant fusion reactor. Which is probably going to be about 1.4. Oh, hello. I have found exactly what I'm fucking looking for. Copy deploy aboard. 1.4 gigawatts is more than enough. What are you fucking dipshits doing? Well, you don't have any space for anything? Idiots? Fucking morons. I'll have to clean those up when I come back here.
Okay. Okay, this all works. I'm just going to just remove one thing and one thing only, and that is the assembly machines. And as a result, we will be removing this and this. And that's that. Replace those with barreling machines, and that will be perfect. Easy peasy, lemon fucking goddamn squeezy. And we will also get rid of the display panel. Don't need that. Save blueprint. Smelt microplastics, huh? Now, I know what you're all thinking. And, yeah. We're going to be basically turning fish into plastic. Now, you may be asking to yourself, Daho, how the fuck did microplastics get on this planet? And wouldn't you like to know? Because I have no fucking idea. But yeah, that's one of the memes of this planet. It is, you make... To get plastic, you make microplastic. And it's funny. Because it is funny. I'm not gonna lie, I would prefer this to not be right next to the fucking defenses, but... I don't know if I have really much of a choice in the matter, huh? I mean, I have artillery that effectively nullified all of the, putos, so it shouldn't be that big of a problem. I could just stick it in here. This plant is not very big, and it produces 1.4... Like, this thing produces 1.4 gigawatts. Yeah, you can see relative for sort of scale why fusion power is actually really fucking good. Because it is really, really fucking good. Like, fusion power is fantastic. And you can just pretty much stick it on any planet and it'll work. It doesn't matter. Period. End of story. And it's self-sustaining. It's very broken. Okay. Let's just get rid of these things. I'm going to stick it right here, actually. I've now decided where I'm going to stick it. We're putting you right here, buddy. Get rid of that. Perfect. Alright. The bots will get to work. Everything else will be delivered. Let me tell the fluoroketone mule. No, it's got to pay a visit to Gleba. No, Gleba. You're going here. We're gonna get an activity boost. And we got plenty of fluoroketone barrels. Lovely. Fantastic. Gleba, 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 gleba. Where's the Void Dragon 2? Guess who currently has a bunch of fusion reactor parts that are ready to be dropped? Never mind, I have not sent you back to Aquilo. Fuck my life. Awkward. Awkward, awkward, awkward. Are you dipshits ready to receive your fluoroketone fusion power slips? We're just gonna do 100 actually. Barrels are all good. The only other thing we need are the barreling machines. Fluoro. Doesn't need to be 300. 50 is fine. The fact that there's not symmetry here is annoying me, and I'm fixing it. Symmetry. I do like that curve the wire is making. It's a nice little curve, actually. That is a good curve. The curve is great, folks. Let me tell you, it's a good curve. And look at that curve. Look at that curve. It's a nice one. It's not bad, folks. Not a bad curve. Sometimes the curves just hit right. You know how it is, folks? You know? Sometimes it just hits right. It's great curves. Great curves. Very good. Okay, that was weird. Well, you're the one who decided to follow along and do the little dance and everything, Boy Meets Minnie. I had nothing to do with it. You're the one who decided to follow along. Because you wanted to do a little curve dance. That's not my problem, that's a you problem. It's not a me problem, that's a you problem. Listen, I, Donald J. Trump, love blaming minorities for everything. That's what I do, folks. That's what I do. Why do we currently not have... What's going on here? What the cock and balls is going on here? Oh. It's normal stuff. Okay. You know, the engineer made all of this by hand. It's amazing how, like, one Factorio cryptid engineer can figure out how to make a fucking fusion reactor. Yeah, I totally believe it. This is all definitely up to snuff. Like, all these, like, spinny bits that are, like, exposed, this is totally fine. You know, there's nothing wrong here. This is all above board. There's no violations of OSHA going on here whatsoever. This is all okay. You know? Now, Boy Meets Minnie, I dare you to huff the purple smoke that's coming off of the cryogenic plants. What could possibly go wrong when you huff the purple smoke? Boy Meets Minnie, you say it's copium, but personally I think it's hopium. You saying that it's copium is kind of fucked up. Why would you say that? What's wrong with you? Alright, off to Kleba. No hopium emote? Well, one day. Somehow becomes, gets a Twitch global emote. Makes hopium emote. Dopium. Boy Meets Minnie. You know what to do. Oh, it's dope hopium. We don't do drugs here. You're getting kicked. Yeah, doping is illegal in Hopium Wars. Your Esper is getting kicked. I don't make the rules. So your Esper's getting kicked. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it, folks. There's just nothing. Dope isn't cool, not dope isn't drugs. Boy Meets Minnie, do you believe that? Personally, this sounds like Mexican mysticism. Damn, you went for it. Yeah, I committed to the bit. I don't even know what that means. That's the point. That's your clear mystical bullshit that's affecting all of the brains and the honorable white man, such as myself. That is critical racist theory. This is true. That is how that works. I don't even know what you said. I don't either. Now, see, right there, ladies, gentlemen, and those in between, that's how you become a critical racist theorist. And just like that, our power problems once this all fleshes itself out, are done. But it just needs the... Yep, everything just needs to spin up. And boop. We need to go get ourselves more biter eggs, it would seem. Actually, where's the normal void dragon? You. You have efficiency modules? Not the level 3 ones, the level 2 ones. Take a bunch of these. Deliver them to Gleba. I still have this fucking giant slab. Can make use of it. Then we need to head to Paracelsin. Got a CBC video about Iranian drones recommended. Any of you remember when a US drone fell into Iran? Iran gave it to China in exchange for knowledge on how to reverse engineer it. That doesn't surprise me. You know what, Alex? You wouldn't shawhead your drones now, would you? Think about it. I'm just saying. Shawheads? Drones? Maybe I need more biter eggs. Maybe that's why we're not making enough fucking bullshit. I think the problem that we may be having is the fact that we just don't have enough biter eggs. God damn it, these things are not gonna make it back in time in order to fucking... Gonna lose 200 more science packs. Half an hour is such a low amount of fucking goddamn time. Okay. Think we are a-okay for now with everything. No more bullshit to take care of. Lovely. Thank God. Fixed all the problems. Ow. Alright. Boop. Boo. Alright, I will be... I will be getting myself some water, gonna head to the bathroom, stretch out legs, do all that good shit, and then we will be yapping about the rest of the topics de jour, I suppose. I will be right back, gamers. We're so back. Oh, and before I forget to mention, at some point in April, when in April, don't know when in April, but we will be also having a collab with Echoplex. And I think Neuro Detergent, I mean, based off of what Echoplex was saying, what, 2 nights ago, with, when we raided in to their channel about 2 days ago. Yeah, shout out Echoplex Media. I think it's gonna be, what, like conspiracy theory, something or other. Probably watching over like conspiracy. If I were to take a guess, that appears to be Echoplex's sort of thing. It's about conspiracies, and conspiracy theories, and note. Not British Columbia. Boy Meets Mini, I'm gonna ask you to ban yourself from chat, bastard. In 2021, 42 owls in the UK died after receiving a vitamin supplement which erroneously contained 1,000 times the amount of vitamin B6. Damn. What the fuck? I like owls. No, not the owls. No, I like owls. They're nice. They're nice little guys. That's sad. No, the owls. Not the owls, dude. What's up, Sir Grilled? Yeah, not the Rowlets. The Brouts. The only real human with the pull tag currently. What does that even mean? What do you mean by that? What does that even mean? Okay, I know what pull tag means. Thank you, Boy Meets Minnie. Everyone with the politics tag is like a replay stream or something that looks like a 24/7 loop type stream. Oh, I know there's like I think there's like some protest account that does that or something. I think. But I get what you're saying. Yes. Yeah, they call themselves the woke channel. They're libtard and they're woke. Thanks for the prime there, Sir Grilled. I appreciate that, bud. Hell yeah. Wicked. I'm just making sure that I have all the stuff that I want. Do I have all the things I want for this other bit? I mean, if Team Skull did do that, then we would have to, unfortunately... Well, okay, Team Skull would never kill... a bunch of rally. Like, listen, they're miscreants, right? Team Skull, of course, right? However, they're not monsters. Which team would kill Pokemon? Probably Team Rocket. Team Rocket, I believe in manga has killed people. Well, not only forget to feed them, but like, probably like shoot them with guns. Just like kill them, murder, shoot with guns, blah blah blah. That's definitely happened. I mean, like the Pokemon manga is pretty insane. Like Pokemon get like chopped up. It's a thing that happens. Pokemon get chopped up in the Pokemon manga. It fucking goes crazy. Oh, the Pokemon manga is very, very violent. Very violent. I have no idea, to be honest. I have not read the manga. I just know some of the more infamous pamphlet panels. We'll keep this. Okay, perfect. I need this. because it's going to be used at a different point. I also need to know, God, there's like a certain fucking anti-woke YouTuber that I need to figure out what their name is. God. Yes, I do have a YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube. God, I don't remember the name of this fucking goddamn anti-woke YouTuber. But I do know who has talked about this anti-woke YouTuber. Crimes New Roman has talked about this anti-woke YouTuber. Is that her name, the background NPC? Yes. It is. Yes, it is this puta. Yeah, and they're also like a trad wife LARPer. They are not good. Trad wife, like gamer girl, fucking LARPer dipshit. Who basically, excuse me, it's currently 1:38 where I'm at. It is no longer Women's Day. Shut your goofy ass up, woke-tard. Yeah, Aram. Background NPC. The background NPC, this girl does like the whole trad LARP bullshit and pretends to be like a philosopher about it. So, yeah, you can obviously tell just how stupid and boring someone like that is. Basically, Asmongold ran into their channel one day. They were like 400-something subscribers, and now they have 240k subscribers. That's all because of Asmongold. And Asmongold also made them part of Mythic Talent. Must be cute. She's kind of like... she's mid. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think she's like in her 20s. She does not look like she's in her fucking 20s. But the argument that I mostly want to bring up... yeah, it's all Asmongold White Knight cucks. Mar-a-Lago face? No, she doesn't have Mar-a-Lago face. But she's very prototypical white woman. Like Melanie Mac? Not really Melanie Mac, no. Although, apparently she got married to some cosplayer, which I find very funny. Because all she does is say the F slur. It's like, alright, why am I not surprised? Man, I'm gonna have to fucking snag it from Asmon Turd. Okay, I got everything I need. Because here's the thing with, Mythic Talent. Mythic Talent, I believe, a lot of it is a racket. Alright, we got everything we need. Doop, doop. Zoop. Oh, by the way, it's higher than 104. I think it is now 110 per barrel of oil. So, who's ready for those $5 a gallon fucking... It's 107? Okay. 110 Brent. I don't know what 110 Brent means, but I'll believe you. I mean, it's probably going to hit 110 by tomorrow, so yeah. Brent is what we make here. Oh. Crude is worldwide. I believe... Okay, yeah. Okay. Brent is the more desired. Interesting. Our gas prices have already been going up. I went to fill up the tank. I just do like $50 for the tank, and only filled up about half of the tank on the Mercedes. Whereas normally $50 would do about 70% of the tank. This time it's only half the tank, and it was like $1.80 per liter. Our measurements are... We don't use cucked freedom units like you. Yeah, like you guys. We use actual units, okay? Unlike you goddamn fucking Americans. Goddamned Americans. Anywho. Let's get started with this stuff. We got a bunch of stuff to cover. And it's like, what? It's almost 2 in the morning? That's fine. Guys, did you know that there's still a war happening in Iran? Shocker crazy, I know. And it turns out it's only going to... Honestly, like, the more and more details that we're getting in the sort of, well, malaise that is the Iranian war, purely done at the behest of Israel. Guys, never forget, this is purely done at the behest of Israel and the military-industrial complex. It is a, rogue nation state that just simply wants mass death and terror spread to a bunch of innocent people for no reason, of course. All for the satiation of a particular sort of like death cult and a Holocaust revisionist. But, I digress. The oil prices is the price of crude, I believe. It has now, well, this was about, time of recording, about 7 hours ago. I believe it has now hit $107 per barrel. I believe the economists have been saying that it is entirely possible for it to hit like $200 a barrel. And, man, that's one fucking very sharp fucking incline. Yeah, this is all Biden's fault. Everything is the fault of Biden. Biden is the one who literally did all of this. And this might be part of the reason as to why this is fucking happening. So Donald Trump and the United States of America decided to bomb one of Iran's oil fields, I believe, the Sharon Depot. And the southern refineries within Tehran have been getting bombed. In terms of like the general sort of bombing campaign, because I'm going to tell you right now, the current plan is to do regime change via air power. That has never worked and never will work. You need some form of boots on the ground, of which Donald Trump is considering. We'll get to that eventually. This whole sort of like bombing campaign that's going on right now, they're just hitting a bunch of random bullshit. There is no discernible plan. They've been basically just like completely carpet bombing Tehran. They are hitting basically any target that seemingly moves. They're hitting oil refineries now. Now, obviously, this fire right here, not a normal fire. An oil field fire is going to be very, very difficult to fucking put out. I know that the Iranians have been thinking about hitting more parts of the Gulf states' infrastructure, which I think is the correct strategy. Iran's basic strategy right now is to try to drive a wedge between the United States and the Gulf states to basically make it such that, hey, I thought we were supposed to have U.S. bases in order to protect ourselves, but now we're just getting attacked for having U.S. bases. What is the point of having these things? Like, the fuck is this? Like, fuck this bullshit. Like, absolutely the fuck not. What is the point of having these things if we're just gonna keep getting fucking bombed? Like, fuck that bullshit. So, obviously, oil prices going out of control. They're getting bombed with the oil refineries and even potentially oil fields may also be starting to get bombed by the Iranians in retaliation as a result of this. But that's only if the Arab countries decide to do this, right? That is so far the retaliatory retaliatory strategy right now, because a lot of the Arab states have been thinking about what they want to do with all of the Iranian strikes. They're thinking about if they want to retaliate or not. For the time being, they have also stayed their hand, because most of the places that the Iranians have been attacking with their Shaheds and their missiles have been U.S. military bases. I believe they've knocked out some THAAD units. They've knocked out very expensive radars. THAADs, for those who may not know, those things are very expensive and are the main things that are supposed to catch the medium range sort of ballistic missiles, right, in terms of their interceptors. Very, very expensive. Costs a lot of fucking goddamn money. Don't really have many of those units. And the bombing is so bad of the Iranian refineries and the oil fields. Now I believe there's been a darkening of the clouds of Iran. This is all of the oil smoke from coming up from the oil fields, from the bombed sort of like refineries and everything. And it's creating a bunch of acid rain because of all these fucking airstrikes. Obviously, should go without saying, incredibly fucking toxic environment. Listen, this isn't Factorio where the Iranians are like cryptids like the Factorio engineer who can just like seemingly breathe in all of these hydrocarbons and sulfur dioxide and just not really give much of a shit at all about this and just not give a fuck about a bunch of acid rain. And it's just like... we can just, the cryptid engineer can breathe this all in, but unfortunately normal humans, they can't really do that. And, you know, Israeli strikes, as well as the Americans, are hitting a bunch of, oil refineries and oil fields, kicking up a bunch of this oil-saturated fire and smoke up into the air. It mixes with the raindrops. It gets, dropped down as fucking acid rain. Obviously, extremely fucking bad this is fucking happening. Like, I believe this is a reporter on the ground raining oil in Tehran this morning after major airstrikes on oil facilities.
This is what Tehran is waking up to this morning. The sky above the city is covered in very thick black clouds. You can see that everywhere. That's the west of the city over there, and this is the north of the city. Normally, if you look to that direction, you could actually see the Alborz Mountains, but now all of that is also covered in clouds. That comes after major airstrikes in the south and the west of the city happened last night, where oil installations were hit, oil storage facilities. Apparently also a refinery might have been hit as well.
Should really just go without saying that, and this is basically, I think, been sort of gathered from all of the leaks at this point in time. The basic strategy here that the Trump administration is employing with its like indiscriminate bombing campaign is they just want to kill people. Like, that's literally it. There is no sort of like strategy or plan or objective that's basically being obtained here. They just want to just bomb the shit out of the country. Well, probably mostly Tehran. I believe Tehran, in terms of the population, in terms of the metropolitan area, has like over 12 million people or something. It's a huge fucking city. It is big city. Lots of people live in there. I believe it's definitely more than that of the metropolitan area of New York, right? I think it's like 17 million people in terms of the entire metropolitan area. Yeah, 15 to 17 million people. That's a lot of fucking people in one goddamn city. And guess what? Now they have to deal with a bunch of fucking acid rain and raining oil. It should go really without saying how this could be really bad and cancerous for a large part of the fucking population, not to mention all the children who are going to have to also potentially deal with that as well. Very, very fucking bad. Oh yeah, and it's all done for the express purpose because Israel just said, like, we just have to murder all these guys. Like, that's literally the reason.
Now you can see this morning that the sky is still very dark. We saw thick black plumes of smoke in the sky yesterday. There were massive fires in the south of the city. But I want to show you something else because it's also raining. But you can see that the rain water is actually black also.
That's oil right there.
It appears with oil. And then if we look over there, you can see that the water that's running down here also is black. So that,
yeah, that's all fucking mixed with oil. Ugh, God, dude, that's fucking crazy. Nearby countries is gonna blow into Afghanistan and Pakistan, pollute the Himalayan glaciers. Oh, that's gonna be great. China's going to be a very, very big fan of the Himalayan glaciers getting polluted, isn't that? Isn't that going to be the case, Boy Meets Mini?
That's what's coming down this morning. This sort of oil-filled rain that we have right now.
So yeah, now basically, because like we've said before, the intention that the Trump administration has with these strikes of just randomly, indiscriminately just bombing whatever the fuck they see, basically, is for the express purpose of trying to facilitate regime change. I'm going to tell you right now, just randomly bombing civilian sort of like outposts, not outposts, but like places of work where civilians are, causing a bunch of acid rain to rain on the biggest metropolitan area within the country is not going to do a very good job at ingratiating the people that want to be able to, quote unquote, try to rise up against the Ayatollah in order to fucking do the regime change by proxy that Trump basically wants. This is not going to fucking happen. Yeah, it is, like you're saying, Sir Grilled, like he was expecting local populations to seize the moment, but it's just like, no, that's not how that works, man. I know that the CIA was also trying to arm the Kurds, and officials from the Kurds have said, like, well, Iranian Kurds, of course, they're just like, we're not taking any arms. We want nothing to do with this. We are just going to just be in our fucking corner, man. Absolutely the fuck not. And which is why he's basically trying to float now that he wants to put into a bunch of ground troops because he wants to do the regime change. Because more than likely, Israel sold this war to him as like oh, it's going to be great for your legacy. It's going to make you look really, really good, Trump. So you should just basically go along with all of our fucking bullshit. And speaking to the narrative of potentially there being a bunch of U.S. troops on the fucking ground, Iran is claiming that American soldiers have been captured. Of course, the United States is denying this. We have no fucking idea. Yes, also U.S. evangelists, yeah, right, not only Israel, but we have no idea on if any of this is true or not, right? You can't believe anything that comes out of Iran because they have their own reasons to lie, although you can probably take their word at it more so, because the U.S. have basically proven themselves to be complete blatant fucking liars. Nothing should ever be believed out of a U.S. spokesperson's mouth. They have been lying at every single turn when it comes to trying to, I don't know, justify their idiotic fucking wars. You can't believe anything that comes out of the mouths of these people. They are all fucking completely just charlatans and fucking freaks. Like, that's the entire point of all this. It's genuinely fucking insane. Of course, Iran is now halting strikes on a bunch of its neighbors. So it's the Iranian strategy is now changing a little bit, where they were mostly just targeting a bunch of U.S. bases within all the Arab states, basically showing like, hey, you guys keep saying that you guys are very secure with all of those like American bases. They wanted to drive a wedge between the United States and also the Gulf states as well, because that's part of the reason why they're even able to do a lot of these strikes from the beginning. The reason why they're doing this is because they want to make it as much of a quagmire now for the Americans as possible. That's pretty much the main sort of strategy. And honestly, the Americans fucking deserve it. They are they are the great Satan. Them alongside Israel. Them basically just doing this in order to fuck with the money as much as possible, to make it as complicated as possible for the United States, is probably going to be an effective strategy in the long run. Because, like, let's be honest here, if the US really does decide to go with the fucking ground war in Iran, they're gonna get completely and utterly fucking trounced. It's not gonna fucking work out. Tanks, not really gonna be able to maneuver in those areas because not a lot of flat ground. Iran is very, very fucking mountainous. It's not really going to fucking work out all that well, because Trump has been, I believe, floating that he wants to send in fucking ground troops. He's privately been showing serious interest into doing this. Should go without a shadow of a doubt that this is not going to work out very, very well, because regime change by air campaign is not going to fucking work, and the Iranian population is showing that they're not, broadly speaking, very, very much so interested in overthrowing the fucking Ayatollah. I mean, given the fact that they have been, well, bombing Iranian oil infrastructure and it's causing a bunch of acid rain within the country, makes a lot of sense why the population might not be particularly partial to the Americans and also the Israelis, let's be honest here, because of their just belligerence in terms of all their bombing. Very, very cool. Great to see. We love the fact that they're just bombing random indiscriminate. Like, I mean, literally, unironically, this all started out with the Americans bombing a girls' school, like, unironically, and killing about, like, 160 fucking school kids. Genuinely fucking insane and demonic, of course, by the Trump administration. And also, some of the other stuff that's going to be happening, right? Like, because this is how the administration is also justifying it in terms of wanting to soften the language in terms of deploying ground troops. I believe this is Mike Waltz, who is the representative of the ambassador for the United States at the United Nations. They're saying that he's never going to take options off the table. Basically, this is the administration's current sort of like cope response to anything that the media asks in terms of, hey, are you going to deploy ground troops or something? Like, hey, are you going to deploy ground troops? Because Trump has been expressing that he has been interested in deploying fucking ground troops. Still basically saying, like, oh, you know, that's an option on the table. We have that fucking option on the table if we want. So he said Sunday that President Trump has not ruled out putting boots on the ground in Iran as joint U.S.-Israeli strikes against the Middle Eastern country continue into a second week. I'm not going to get ahead of those conversations, I could tell you. Unlike his predecessors, both Obama and Biden, President Trump is not going to take options off the table. Of course, Waltz told Kristen Welker on NBC's Meet the Press. We've already, I mean, again, if they actually do decide to go through with this, the Iranians' military doctrine for the past, I believe, 10 years, because they've been preparing for this for about a decade. They knew that something like this was eventually going to happen, or pretty much as soon as the Trump basically tore up the JCPOA. They've been preparing for this for the latter part of about, like, 10 years. 8 years, more so. They've been preparing for this, and they have basically created a doctrine where if the U.S. were to hypothetically just make the ground invasion, they would not stand a chance. They'd be employing a lot of guerrilla tactics. They would be employing basically a lot of tactics using the mountains, because here's the thing, in comparison to Iraq and Afghanistan, very fucking mountainous. The Zagros mountain range is basically the entirety of the country of Iran. If the U.S. were to do a ground invasion, it would be a complete fucking disaster, specifically for the United States of America, and it would not work out very, very well, and it would be very, very unpopular for the United States to basically do that. So, honestly, Trump, you should go ahead and actually do the fucking ground invasion. Clearly, nothing could possibly go wrong. And here, Caroline Leavitt also saying that Trump might institute a fucking draft. So, you know, for all of the sons and daughters, you know, the little Timmys out there and the little fucking Sallys, good luck being drafted in order to be able to, I don't know, go ahead and just die in the Zagros Mountains in Iran somewhere. Remember when Stephen Miller was the main guy who basically said that, oh yeah, Kamala Harris is going to be the one who's going to send your fucking sons to war? Okay, dude, yeah, totally. And we got Trump out here potentially instituting a fucking draft. Now, we're being a little hyperbolic. We're being a little facetious. Is this actually going to happen? I mean, there's been so much ridiculously insane shit that's been happening throughout these past several weeks. I wouldn't really put it past him if he were to actually do something like this. I mean, we are talking about Trump here. He is incredibly dementia-addled. Honestly, this could potentially happen. And I mean, if it were, like, goodbye his fucking presidency. I mean, it's already pretty much sunk. It's more or less Jover. But this would only, like, further accelerate that deterioration.
Mothers out there are worried that we're going to have a draft, that they're going to see their sons get in and daughters get involved in this. What do you want to say about the president's plans for troops on the ground? As we know, it's been largely an air campaign up until now.
It has been, and it will continue to be, and President Trump wisely...
Now, I think the reason why they may be saying this is because the administration, I think, this is my speculation here, I think the administration may be coming to the recognition that you can't actually do a regime change by, well, air power only, right? Because they were really hoping for and anticipating that, yeah, dude, the Iranian people are definitely going to rise up, or we're going to get the Kurds in order to fucking help us. None of that has fucking worked out for the United States of America. Like, the Kurds have told them to basically fuck off. We want absolutely nothing to do with any of this shit. Definitely not. Very much so. We're staying away from this with a 10-foot pole. And the Iranian people have basically shown that they themselves are also not interested in rising up and deposing the Ayatollah. So that's also not fucking happening. And we all know that the only other option is to just deploy fucking ground troops. Because coalition forces are not going to be joining in on this. Absolutely the fuck not. Like, they'll provide maybe air support. That's really about it. But troops? They've already dealt with Afghanistan, and Trump has been a disrespectful little shit to all of the allied countries who provided troops to Afghanistan and Iraq for George Bush. So they're probably not going to be particularly interested in helping Trump with any of his endeavors. Definitely fucking not. Like, maybe some of the countries who are more cucked, but I would say for the vast majority of the European countries, and probably Canada, we're not going to be contributing any fucking ground forces if there were a theoretical deployment of boots on the ground. That's not going to fucking happen. So this is purely going to be just the United States of America just operating on its own. Well, the United States and Israel. So a draft? I mean, listen, little Timmy, little Sally, it's time for you to pick up an M4 and just die in the fucking Zagros Mountains somewhere.
Does not remove options off of the table. I know a lot of politicians like to do that quickly, but the president, as commander-in-chief, wants to continue to assess the success of this military operation. It's not part of the current plan right now, but the president, again, wisely keeps his options on the table.
Yeah, that's like, I don't know, like, this is an incredibly fucking terrible answer. Like, you're trying to optics frog pretty much, I think, like, in the worst case scenario sort of question here, and you're trying to, like, fucking optics frog through all this. Like, yeah, the president's definitely keeping his choices open. You know, he's gonna keep all of his options open. It's like, we're talking about a fucking draft here. People remember that shit from Vietnam, and they're not particularly a fan of that. So, honestly, keep falling on the, like, metaphorical, like, sword of Damocles here, I would say, where it's just like, yeah, dude, you know what? We may institute the fucking draft just specifically for Iran so you can die in a mountain somewhere. Completely fucking insane. So, one of the more recent excuses that the Trump administration is currently employing right now in terms of their various excuses, because again, messaging on all of this has been very just all over the place and just completely fucking nonsensical, ridiculous, terrible, very fucking shitty, should really go without saying. But one of the new messages that the administration, new talking points rather, the administration's basically putting out there is that apparently Iran now has 11 nuclear bombs. They have 60% enriched uranium fuel, but that's enough for 11 bombs. Now, conservatives have also said, like, you don't need 60% enriched uranium if you're using them for peaceful purposes, and they are technically correct about this. The problem is that you have to ask yourself this question. Why would they be enriching beyond the amount of what it was said within the Iran nuclear deal? Because your guy fucking ripped it up, you dumbass. Like, hello? You guys are complaining about the Iranians having a bunch of 60% enriched uranium, far beyond the 20% which is normally used for civilian purposes. Not to mention, the foreign minister of Oman even said that the Iranians were willing to give up their fucking stockpiled enriched uranium, making it therefore completely impossible for them to even have a fucking nuclear weapon. So now you're just going to come up with the excuse that they could make apparently enough for 11 bombs? Dirty bombs, by the way. That's 90% is what is needed for weapons-grade enriched uranium. And all of the fucking reports have basically indicated that the Iranians are years off of being able to obtain the necessary enriched uranium in order to be able to make a nuclear weapon. So, just saying that they would make like 11 fucking dirty bombs just seems like fucking ridiculous to me. Like, how are they going to effectively fucking deliver that? Are they going to make a missile with a dirty bomb with like 60% enriched uranium? Like, why would they fucking do that? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. But then again, this is just an excuse by the administration so they can continue going forward with their dumbass fucking invasion of Iran.
Is there still space to do a deal with whatever is left of the Iranian government?
I think there is. I think that's going to be up to the president.
So what's like this deal with Steve Witkoff, right? Like, we've seen Trump being like, oh yeah, Steve Witkoff, he's my guy. I love Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Because we all know why Jared Kushner, he's like the quote-unquote dude who's supposed to like fix the Middle East, obviously has not done any of that. And has basically just done basically anything fucking possible in order to just get beneficial deals for himself. So, stupid, ridiculous, nonsensical. I assume that it's probably the exact same thing with someone like fucking Steve Witkoff. Wouldn't be really surprised by that in particular, but whatever.
That's what I think. But they didn't seem to be very amenable in those first set of negotiations. You heard what I said. They said we have the inalienable right to enrich. They
I don't know how many times this needs to be fucking said, but yeah, they do. You guys are the ones who tore up the Iran nuclear deal. So yeah, now they have the inalienable right in order to be able to enrich if they want. Like, man, I wonder why they have been saying stuff like this. Crazy, I know.
bragged about having 60% enriched fuel, enough for 11 bombs. And they told me and Jared, we're not going to give you diplomatically what you couldn't take militarily. So, you know, I think they're going to need a change of attitude.
What sort of thing do you want to see in a deal? I mean, do you think you have maximum negotiating leverage at this point?
I think the president has proved that we have.
Iran today accused you.
What fucking, like, leverage do you have in the negotiations? You and Israel unironically decided months ago that you were going to do a daytime attack, and several weeks before the date of the actual attack, you and Israel got together and said, like, this is when we're going to do the fucking attack. You guys were never actually interested in fucking negotiating. It's like the first round of attacks that Trump and Israel also did back, like, last fucking summer. But yeah, guys, we're totally interested in terms of negotiating and have the initiative in terms of negotiations. It's stupid, man. It's stupid. Why should you ever come to the table at any point in time with the United States of America? There is no point. They have proven themselves to be complete charlatans and liars.
A lot of negotiating leverage, maybe maximum, but we're not looking to
To
settle.
most folks.
They'd like to settle. We're not looking to settle.
We're just going to keep bombing the shit out of people just because we can. And Israel said that we have to. We just have to start killing people, folks. But I think probably the most insane fucking development that has happened was this sort of expose here by the Wall Street Journal. And I think it basically just admits that Lindsey Graham is just a Mossad agent. Like, just an asset for fucking Israel. Just like how everyone has said that Trump is just an asset for fucking Russia, which is true. I guess we can also now say that he's just a fucking asset for Israel. But here, Lindsey Graham. As Lindsey Graham trying to sell Donald Trump and bombing Iran, he liked to play a little word association game with the president. I say Franklin Roosevelt. What do you say? The Republican senator from South Carolina asked. The correct answer: you have nothing to fear but fear itself. Now, Trump is obviously a child. His brain barely works. He's dementia-addled. You basically have to jingle a bunch of keys in front of him in order to be able to get responses from him. The only way he's going to be able to have any positive sort of response to something in terms of a policy or whatever is if you say particular fucking buzzwords. And the fact that he basically, unironically, like, successfully lobbied Trump to bomb Iran, which is something that Lindsey Graham has been constantly sawing out for, consistently, at the behest of fucking Israel, because He went to, like, he's made multiple trips to Israel, as I believe the article itself will get into, in order to basically talk with Benjamin Netanyahu and people within Mossad to say, hey, how can I, like, effectively sell something to the fucking president? Can you give me some advice to this? It's genuinely fucking insane. As he ticked through memorable presidential phrases, Graham asked Trump what his phrase would be. Trump said he didn't know. Graham recalled, keep protesting, help is on the way, referring to the Trump social media post in January, urging Iranians to confront their government. I don't think that would necessarily be the exact, like, most memorable sort of phrase, but whatever. Few people lobbied Trump to undertake the riskiest gambit of his presidency, as effectively as the hawkish and persistent Graham, who over a decade has held a sometimes close, sometimes tumultuous relationship with Trump. I believe when didn't Lindsey Graham run for president in 2016, and he used to be like one of the like never Trumper fucking dipshits, and then he immediately just bent the knee and started sucking his fucking entire cock and balls, like typical of the Republican Party. Some Democrats and even Republicans point the finger at Graham, who they think goaded Trump into a Middle East conflict with little plan for how the situation will play out long term. Well, obviously, I mean, Lindsey Graham is insane. He's always been wanting to bomb Iran for like the longest time ever. Lindsey hasn't seen a fist fight. He hasn't wanted to turn into a bombing raid, said Jim Burchett. Senator Rand Paul said there should be a law passed on how often Graham goes to the White House or golfs with Trump. Graham's effort to pull MAGA toward regime change was the quintessential political maneuvering beyond all political maneuvering, Paul said. Sitting in his Senate office this week with canisters of Planters peanuts and hundreds of scattered papers on his desk and signed MAGA hats on his shelves, Graham was almost giddy about persuading Trump to bomb Iran. One of the newer hats reads, "Make Iran Great Again." What are they going to do to me? He said of the critics who oppose his efforts. I mean, he's not exactly wrong. Like, effectively, like, any form of accountability within Congress is fucking dead. Congress has effectively, like, just not given a shit at all in terms of, like, effective accountability to be able to stop someone like, Lindsey Graham from essentially, like, goading the president into doing a disastrous fucking attempt at a regime change with barely any fucking goddamn, like, thought, like, any fucking thought for it at all whatsoever. And we all know who he's doing this at the behest of. Fucking Israel. Oh, wow, it's all because of fucking Israel. It was crazy, I know. The senator said he was already talking with Trump about further military interventions in Lebanon and potentially Cuba. Well, Cuba, that's more Marco Rubio. But, of course, Lebanon. Listen, anything for fucking Israel. That's Lindsey Graham in a nutshell. Which he said would happen soon. He wasn't particularly concerned about what was next in Iran, he said. Oh, so just, no reflection on any of the consequences of your actions. Just like everyone else in this infernal administration. Just bomb first, ask questions later. Consequences? Schmonsequences. Who gives a shit about any of that stuff? The day after the attack began, Graham told NBC's Meet the Press that the goal of the Iran operation is to change the threat, not the regime. How the fuck are you going to do that? Iran has a very deep fucking bench. You just bombed one fucking dude. Like, that's it. Someone who was about to die and retire anyways. And replace him with a fucking hardliner. Like, his son is a hardliner who has been, I believe, just kind of, I think, like, all the military leaders have said, like, yep, you know what? We're gonna confirm you to be the next supreme leader of Iran. You're gonna be the next fucking Ayatollah. And this dude's more extreme than his fucking dad. So it's just like, okay, dude, like, very fucking stupid. Instead of, like, Ayatollah Khamenei getting, like, I don't know, like, poetry from him, because apparently he liked writing a lot of fucking poetry. Now we're just gonna get, like, I don't know, like, some crazed fucking lunatic son who's just like, you know what? I just want revenge in the United States of America and nothing else. And you know what? He's gonna be justified in that. Because he's just been getting bombed for literally no reason. The country of Iran has just been getting bombed for literally fucking nothing. It's so stupid. They say if you break it, you own it. I don't buy that. You break it when it's a threat. Graham said in the Journal interview. In the White House, some military advisors warned Trump against the conflict, a group that Graham referred to as the non-entanglement crowd. Yeah, because they know that it's just like, it's going to be a complete fucking quagmire. Like, that's why they said it. Because the timeline has been constantly changing. Initially, they said it was 4 days. And then they said it was going to be 4 weeks. Now they're saying September. So what's next? Like, what's, like, the next, like, move forward of the fucking timeline? What, like, 4 years or something? They just want to make this another fucking forever war. That's literally the entire point of this. Graham said betting on Trump's second term was worth it for the president's military interventions alone. In the first term, Graham said Trump probably wouldn't have bombed Iran. He didn't have as much confidence in the military and as much knowledge about how the world worked. He said second-term Trump has different instincts than first-term Trump. Can we say that this is elder abuse? I think this might honestly be elder abuse. Yeah, instinct. What fucking instincts? His brain is not there. It barely fucking functions. He's incredibly fucking old. He's slow. He smells. His motor skills barely fucking work. Like, I think he's just saying that because he's just like, oh, he's really, really old and he's just not all there. So I'm just going to take advantage of that. Thank you, Lindsey Graham. Very fucking cool. And guess what? Like he said himself, he's probably not going to face any accountability for this. Other Republican presidents wouldn't have greenlit the Iran operation either, he said. Something that he keeps reminding Trump of course, because gotta jingle the keys. Like, oh, you did something that's crazy that no one else would have ever done before. It's great, fantastic. Graham said that Trump, with the U.S. forces having captured Venezuelan strongman Nicolas Maduro and now bombed Iran, is more inclined to undertake further interventions. More bombing, everybody, woo! That's something that people don't understand, how much more confident he is. To help make the case on Iran, Graham traveled several times to Israel in recent weeks, meeting with members of the country's own intelligence agency, aka Mossad. So, yeah, this is the line right here where we can pretty much drop all fucking pretenses and just say that Lindsey Graham is just doing this at the behest of fucking Israel. You know, for all the fucking talks that these motherfuckers constantly like to say about Democrats being the ones who are traitors to the fucking country, this motherfucker, Lindsey Graham, traveled several times to Israel in the recent weeks in order for them to catch up a fucking strategy to sell bombing Iran to fucking Trump. You know, if this isn't fucking traitorous behavior, then I have no idea what the fuck it is. They'll tell me things our own government won't tell me, he said. I'm pretty sure... Wait, how the fuck do they have that information? I mean, it is Mossad that's saying this stuff. I'm pretty sure it's fucking legal. Like, what the fuck is this? Okay, dude. Nice meme. He spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, coaching him on how to lobby the president for action. Netanyahu showed the president intelligence that persuaded Trump to go ahead. Of course. Graham also talked to the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, told him to make sure he was aware. I went to MBS to say, okay, I think this is going down. Representatives from the Embassy of Israel and Saudi Arabia didn't provide comment. Of course. Graham has wanted a regime change in Iran, but has never had a president willing to go as far as Trump. In 2015, Trump famously read Graham's cell phone number on the stage after Graham called him a jackass. Graham criticized Trump over the riot by Trump supporters on January 6th at the Capitol. Trump has remarked to aides about how much Graham gets booed at the president's rallies in South Carolina, and Graham has occasionally annoyed Trump with his persistence, White House officials say. Graham came back to Trump in part because he wanted to shape his foreign policy thinking against isolationist figures in MAGA, because again, there is just basically no war that Lindsey Graham has never fucking liked, very similar to Marco Rubio in that sort of respect. Going back to Trump before others did after January 6th, he said gave him more leverage in foreign policy. Graham is realistic about Trump. He has joked about with others that the Ukrainians should build a Trump Tower in Kiev if they wanted Trump to give more support to the country. On Iran, Graham likened Iran's leader to Adolf Hitler. Okay, this is fucking coming from the dude, or I think there was literally like a recent sort of fucking press conference with Trump where he was like talking about the quote unquote Jewish fucking lobby. So, you know, take with that what you will. And told Trump that Iran was in a historically weak position. They talked about the regime's efforts to assassinate Trump in 2024. No evidence of that, obviously. If you think Trump forgets stuff, you'd be forgotten. But yeah, like, genuinely fucking insane. We all know that what but basically like Lindsey Graham's sort of fucking opinion on this. He is insane. He basically just wants to basically do anything possible to have the United States participate in as many wars as fucking possible. But here, now he's discussing the operation and now the increases in the defense budget, which, you know, I bet Lindsey Graham's a huge fan of.
Joining me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, the chairman of the
A Mossad agent.
Senate Budget Committee, which shapes the overall spending, as well as a member of the Appropriations Committee, which decides how money is actually spent. Senator, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And I want to get your take on all this. $1 billion a day. Oil prices up 27% in a week. You've got the president wanting a $1.5 trillion defense budget at 27. The idea that the Pentagon is about to come to you for $50 billion.
You know, remember when it was supposed to be $1 trillion in 2027? Now it's $1.5 trillion. There is like no amount these people will ever be satisfied with. So long as it's like more and more money that just gets like basically wasted into doing a bunch of random R&D for the Pentagon, then Lindsey Graham's totally happy with it.
$1 billion on these strikes to Iran. How are you going to answer?
Best money ever spent. What's it worth to America to take down a religious Nazi regime who's trying to build a nuclear weapon to deliver to America? That's a really good investment. They're going to fall.
This is coming from this fucking evangelical Mossad agent fucking goddamn freak known as Lindsey Graham, who basically just wants there to be greater Israel to be established, so then all of the Jewish people just die in hellfire while he ascends up into heaven. Fucking insane, dude. It's a death cult, man. It's a death cult.
It's not if the regime falls, it's a matter of when. And you didn't mention today, and nobody has, quite frankly, we now know they had enough...
No, it's because they're cattle. That's why. Like, Trump supporters, like Republicans in general, they're all just cattle. Like, South Carolina keeps electing him because they're just like, oh, that guy, he likes Trump and I like Trump, so I'm just going to elect him. Bleh. And it's like, that's like literally all there is to it. But, you know, this insane fucking freak, this like, I don't know, lizard person, just basically just wants to like go around and just like bomb like literally anyone. It's so fucking stupid.
50% enriched uranium to make 11 bombs. What's that worth to America to make sure they don't have 11 bombs? All of this money is to make sure they never...
Lie, obviously.
They can't hit us with ballistic missiles, and they stop terrorizing the region. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz again. But Donald J. Trump saved the world from real chaos. Witkoff, the negotiator, was told by the Iranians openly that they've stockpiled enough 60% enriched uranium, 460 kilograms, to make 11 bombs. Thank God Trump did this. Can you imagine a year from now? What would it...
Yeah, again, like, I totally believe everything that's coming out of the mouth of the U.S. fucking State Department, dude. Yeah, and everything that comes out of your fucking mouth, bro. Like, you've been to Israel multiple times, coached on how to convince Trump to do a fucking regime change war. Like, spare me it.
It cost America if Iran had 11 nuclear bombs to threaten us. They would hold us hostage. We would be held hostage in perpetuity by this terrorist regime. So the money we're spending is a
sure, man.
To take down a regime that's been the largest state sponsor of terrorism, has got American blood on its hands. And when this...
By the way, hey, you never see this exact same attitude with North Korea, by the way. North Korea, I believe, has capabilities of being able to hit the U.S. mainland with a nuclear fucking weapon. They have those capabilities. Yeah, you never hear this exact same rhetoric in particular for North Korea. I wonder why. Because they definitely have the means to be able to fucking follow up through with that, right? And so they can't do shit. Which is why, like, Iran acquiring a fucking weapon so then they can just be left the fuck alone makes perfect fucking sense, dude.
This regime falls, it's not if, when. We're going to have a gateway to peace, and the next thing that will happen is Saudi Arabia will recognize Israel, and that will be the biggest change in 2,000 years in the Mideast, and Donald J. Trump is the man to make it all happen. He's the first president in 47 years to call the question on the Iranian regime. They're religious Nazis. We negotiated with them. They would not give up their enriched uranium. They would not pledge to stop making weapons that could hit America. They still fund the proxies.
Hey, Lindsay. there was a deal that was making it such that they weren't enriching the uranium to weapons grade. Wonder what happened to that. Yeah.
When this regime falls, there'll be no money for Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. What is that worth? So the money we're spending to take this regime down is going to make us safer. It's going to keep them from having nuclear capability down the road, and we will have a new Mideast where we make money. But it ain't about money today. It's about 6 Americans who died in the defense of our country.
Listen, yeah, making money, by the way. Like, what else is there to say here, man? It's just fucking insane, man. Like, how can you engage with this? He's just a psychotic fucking freak. Like, there is no other way to do that, to engage with any of this stuff. He's a psychotic freak who basically just wants to see a bunch of people die. That's it. Right, yeah, because everyone in that's living in Iran, out of all the 90 million people there, are all a bunch of religious Nazis. Stupid. It's nonsense, dude. But then again, this guy has wanted, like, unironically, has wanted this shit for the latter part of about, like, 20 fucking years. He has always wanted war with Iran. He has always wanted the fucking Greater Israel Project. He's a fucking psychopath. Like, that is it. And that's what it inevitably sort of always leads to, in particular with people like Lindsey Graham. Psychotic fucking death cult that only exists for one purpose and one purpose only. Just to kill a bunch of people.
Now, to our Arab friends, you're being hit too. Has any Arab country struck Iran? Now, if you want a treaty with the United States, you need to get in this fight. Now, America's not going to the Mideast just to fight alone. So I'm urging our Arab allies to fight back. You're being hit too. So how does this end? It ends with victory.
Well, they're mostly just hitting the Iranian or the U.S. bases that are, well, operating within the region to try to put a wedge, specifically between yourselves and the Gulf states, which has seemingly been so far pretty fucking successful.
Donald J. Trump is going to bring this regime down. It's going to be replaced by something more friendly to the United States. It's going to open up the biggest deal in 2,000 years where Saudi Arabia and Israel not only recognize each other, they will do business. Trump's a man of peace and business. Finally, Venezuela and Iran have 31% of the world's oil reserves. We're going to have a partnership with 31% of the known reserves. This is China's nightmare. This is a good investment, and we should...
Yeah, dude, China definitely cares about losing those fucking reserves when they are currently leading in terms of solar panel and wind turbine fucking technology and are already phasing out their fossil fuel capable plants and are looking to start to put up negative fucking emissions by about like 2028 or 2030. Yeah, dude, they totally care about losing access to about 31% of the oil reserves within fucking on the planet, dude. Yeah, they really give a shit about that.
Applaud our men and women in the military who are doing something I've never seen done before, decimating a brutal enemy in 9 days.
Really great points all around, Senator. I don't know where to start. Number one, how are you going to better secure the Strait of Hormuz so that we don't see more spikes in the price of oil? Number two, are you telling us you want the United Arab Emirates and the Saudis to lash out and strike Iran right now?
I want them to get in the fight. We sell them weapons. Iran is striking their country. They have good capability. About the Strait of Hormuz, what if the regime fell? Then you never had anybody in Iran in the future that wants to close the strait. What if you had Iran with people who don't want to build a nuclear weapon to kill us all? What if you had Iran in the future that doesn't support...
I don't know, what if you just didn't start bombing them all the fucking goddamn time because you need justification for more military contracts in order to just keep bombing people? Like... Uno fucking reverse card, all of this like logic can be just applied to you as well. Like, you're the only one going around and just randomly fucking bombing people, not the fucking Iranians. It's so fucking stupid, dude. You're the bloodthirsty fucking freak who just wants to kill brown people in the Middle East.
Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. That's where we're headed. Donald J. Trump is going to bring this terrorist regime down. We're going to have partners in Iran, and we're going to open up a gateway to peace. This won't fix itself. Every other president has talked about doing it. President Trump is in the process of doing it. They're going to lose, and we're going to win. Israel and the United States, you just wait to see what comes in the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks meaning what?
We're going to blow the hell out of these people. This regime is...
What do you mean by that? Like, genuinely, what do you mean you're gonna blow the hell out of these people? I mean, aren't you already, quote-unquote, blowing the fucking hell out of them or something? I mean, so much so that there's, like, not that many Tomahawk reserves left for the United States of America? What do you mean you're gonna blow the hell out of them? What, you're gonna fucking nuke them or something? Is that the next... Because that's the only next logical step, is nuclear fucking weapons. Strategic fucking bombing. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do now? Like, again, like, it's stupid. Bloodthirsty, death cult, insane fucking weirdo, psycho fucking LARPer over here.
In a death row now, it is going to be on its knees, it's going to fall, and when it falls, we're going to have peace like no other time. We're going to have prosperity unlike anyone could ever imagine. Peace brings prosperity. You can't do it by talking. The Democrats criticize this operation. They didn't do a damn thing. These men and women in the military should make us all proud.
I don't know. I don't know how many times this has to be said. The reason why they talk and negotiated with the Iranians is because your guy pulled out of the nuclear deal. Like, you pulled it out of it. That's the problem. And did they really fucking talk all that much? I mean, considering Chuck Schumer is also fucking okay with sending a bunch of weapons, more and more weapons to fucking Israel. We'll get to Chuck Schumer, because the Democrats are definitely not going to be your saviors in any of this stuff. They're not going to fucking do anything about the Iran nuclear deal either. The quote-unquote Iran question, the IQ, you may say, is always going to be sort of hovering around, and is always going to be something that's in always doubt, like constantly. It's because of the fact that, there's not an effective opposition party that is okay with fucking peace. Because again, Trump and Biden are the exact same, completely and wholeheartedly captured by Israel, and that's why I keep saying, this probably would have happened under a fucking Kamala presidency. The Democrats are not going to fucking save you whatsoever. And because it's all being, like, led by a bunch of fucking bloodthirsty freaks all at the top. I mean, we all know about all the press conferences that Biden had excusing Israel's behavior. They would have just done the exact same fucking thing right here.
And they have already. Number 3, real quick, are you going to support the president's request for $1.5 trillion budget defense in 27? And will you...
Yeah, he is definitely going to support that shit, but, like, that doesn't really matter. But here... Chuck Schumer, talking about the Democrats here. These guys are not going to be your fucking goddamn saviors. Many jobs as majority... I have many jobs as the majority leader. And, of course, one of them is to fight for aid for Israel. So this was back when he was majority leader of the fucking Senate.
But I have many jobs as majority leader, as the first Jewish majority leader ever. And one is to fight...
Well, never mind, this was in 2026.
Fight for aid to Israel, all the aid that Israel needs.
Israel's approval rating amongst the Democratic fucking constituency is at about 8%.
I will continue to fight for it, and we delivered more security.
He's not even getting that many fucking claps in this fucking crowd here. Genuinely insane. Like, God, the gerontocracy of the fucking Democratic Party is so fucking dog shit, dude. Because that's the only reason why he has this fucking job that he has right now, is purely because of that.
Assistance to Israel, our ally, under my leadership than ever before. We will keep doing that, everybody. It is so important. I will always fight to give Israel what it needs.
Psychotic freak, by the way. Literally no different than Stephen Miller in this particular respect. When he was younger, he was also just talking about, how, you know, wanting to just exterminate fucking Palestinians, like seeing them as nothing more than just like subhuman worms to be crushed beneath his heel. He is a fucking demon. The only reason why he has this fucking position that he has right now is purely just for one reason and one reason only, because of the gerontocratic fucking dog shit that is the Democratic Party. It was my turn to be the fucking leader of the Democrats. And I came in at the perfect time when we're just bombing the shit out of Iran now.
To protect itself from the many in that difficult region who want to wipe Israel off the face of the map.
Sure, man. Totally.
We have to do everything to do that.
Psychotic, by the way. Genuinely fucking insane. Here, more instances of Chuck Schumer.
Israel, force the U.S.'s hand here, box the U.S. in on this?
Look, no one wants a nuclear war. No one wants a nuclear Israel, but we certainly don't.
No one wants a nuclear Israel, you say? Bit of a Freudian slip there, Chucky boy. Everyone already knows that Israel has some amount of nukes, right? I think like 80 to 90 of them or something. Has a bunch of them because they apparently stole a bunch of material in order to be able to build those nukes. Apparently. That's the fucking rumor, of course. More than likely it's because the U.S. decided to give some of them. If I were to take an actual sort of a guess, give the Israelis a couple of fucking nukes. And we all know about the Samson protocol, where basically they're just like, we're going to click the big red button in case everything goes south for us. You should not give someone like fucking Israel, a state like Israel, any fucking nuclear weapons. Genuinely insane, obviously.
Don't want an endless war, plain and simple.
It was France. Stupid. Damn French.
Oh, no, got it. Let me say that again.
Notice how all of the fucking news media is just like, haha, you know, you just made a little oopsie poopsie. You made an oopsie poopsie. We'll just let you fucking correct that. They're all fucking complicit.
No one wants an endless war, but we certainly don't want a nuclear Iran. That's for sure. Okay?
Keep in mind, this motherfucker heavily opposed the JCPOA. We've gone through his official statement about this before. But yeah, he's definitely not your fucking savior. And again, another instance of him just bragging about delivering more security assistance at, I think this was the exact same fucking conference here. Yeah, I believe this is the exact same fucking conference, just a different fucking angle, where he was bragging about getting all of that aid to fucking Israel. He's an insane fucking freak, and he is, unironically, like, such a uniquely fucking bad, and I mean uniquely fucking bad person to currently have as the leader of the fucking opposition party in the fucking Democrats. Uniquely, just fucking terrible. But then again, the Democratic Party was never interested in learning any of the fucking goddamn lessons for as to why they inevitably fucking fell. But yeah, what else is there to really say? Oil, complete fucking shit show. Boots on the ground might potentially fucking happen. In Iran. Very, very fucking cool. Turning this into a Rack 3 electric boogaloo. In terms of all the justifications that the administration is still using in order to justify their attacks. Still flailing about and fucking pathetic. They have apparently 11 fucking bombs. Great, fantastic. And also, obviously, Lindsey Graham basically becoming a fucking agent of Israel, right? Like, an asset for them, where he's just like, you know what, I was the one who managed to sell the fucking president on fucking bombing Iran, because he jingled the keys enough and said like, you know, I'm just so happy that the president is so confident now. And the leader of the current opposition party in the fucking Democrats is just a dude who has also wholeheartedly been captured by Zionist interests ever since he's been like in his fucking goddamn 20s. What else is there to really say here? Like, in terms of every sort of like condition that has led us to this particular sort of like juncture in terms of the bombing of Iran, this I feel like was basically inevitably going to happen. And it's because of one power and one power only that is in the region that has made it so inherently unstable ever since they basically started getting, well, came into existence since 1948. And that is fucking Israel. They have been such a belligerent, just out of control fucking asshole in the Middle East, attacking all of their neighbors, attacking people within their own borders, and just constantly creating fucking false flags everywhere. I think like it's so bad. It's gone to the fucking point where there was a memo that the administration is not putting out impertinence about this security memo that's not being put out by the FBI, that the administration themselves are delaying, suggesting that there could be the potential for terroristic false flags, potentially by Israel. Now, obviously, there could be a couple of reasons for this. May not want to panic people, may not want to sort of, I don't know, like make the situation on the ground much worse than it is. Try to calm people down. But let's be honest here, I'm not putting it above Israel to not want to do fucking false flag attacks within the United States of America. They definitely would do some shit like that, right? And this is what we currently are dealing with right now. A complete, rampant, out-of-control war being done by a bunch of incredibly old, avaricious, fucking pedophilic billionaires who only desire one thing and one thing only: mass destruction and fucking death, and the funneling of more and more wealth and capital to themselves. This fucking Epstein class has only cared about that one thing specifically. And if you think that there's going to be anyone who fucking saves you from this, oh no, that's not fucking happening. There's only one set of people that will save us from all of this bullshit, and that is us. Don't think there's really much else to say besides fuck the Democrats, fuck the United States of America, fuck the Republicans, and fuck Israel. Have I ever mentioned that you guys are the Great Satan? Well, I'm sorry, I can't do Jeremiah Wright's voice because that would be racist. And I am not racist. Hold on, I must shit on, I must shit on, very low IQ individuals. Very important. There's one thing I probably should do. Alright. Making sure that we're not getting attacked by Flem Nation. Very important. Alright, how about we get started with this stuff right here. Sponsorships, Asmongold, and Mythic Talent, an organization he co-founded. It appears that there are, in reality, some consequences for your fucking actions. We're going to be getting over exactly what actions may have potentially prompted this from a Mythic Talent in particular. But for those who may not know, Mythic Talent has been described as a talent agency, and while they have a bunch of talents recruited under them, this is technically true, but I would more so say Mythic Talent is essentially an agency that does one thing and one thing specifically: act as a middleman in the procurement of sponsorships for their, shall we say, talents, all their fucking content creators. But I want to take a look and see what this official statement by them says. We have spoken with Asmongold and mutually agreed to part ways. Mythic represents creators from a wide range of backgrounds and perspectives. We are committed to fostering an environment grounded in respect and responsibility. We remain focused on supporting our creators and continuing our mission to help them build sustainable, long-term careers. You know, I don't know, very, very corporate PR sort of statement, blah, 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 blah. Now, in terms of the creators from a wide range of backgrounds and perspectives, just a real quick little anecdote on that, because I essentially see, and this is me mostly just saying this in particular, but Mythic Talent is very much so, I would say, part of it. And part of the problems that I have with specifically Mythic Talent is that it is very often a racket for content creators that both people like Asmongold and Tectone agree with, very much so. Specifically starting here with Legal fucking Mindset. Now, for those who may not know, Legal Mindset is a fake lawyer. Period, end of story. He's a fucking fake lawyer who's a weird passport bro fucking dipshit. Don't really need to explain anything like any further than that. He had a stream where he unironically unsealed sealed documents of Pink Chiu's protective order against her ex Tectone, and the only way he potentially could have gotten that was from Tectone himself. Don't know why Pink Chiu or anyone else would have sent it to this fucking goofy looking head ass. And he has a channel where he is based in fucking Thailand, talking about how it is more easier to procure women for, let's just say, favors within Thailand, and teaching people how to essentially become fucking passport bros. And he currently lives in Thailand! Shocker, I know. Guess who brought him into this fucking organization known as Mythic Talent? It was Tectone, after he parted ways with fucking Mythic Talent. Yikes. Oops. And here, another instance of this one being from fucking Asmongold. The background NPC, or background NPC? She is certainly an NPC in terms of a lot of her fucking talking points. She does so the very much, like, trad con, like, trad wife, like, mommy sort of aesthetic, I guess, for, like, all of these, like, Freudian experiments known as Asmongold fucking viewers in order to appeal to them. She, I believe, used to be like a 400 subscriber channel. There's a Crimes New Roman video specifically talking about her in particular. I'll stick that within the description. It's a very, very good video talking about this individual known as the background NPC and quote-unquote gamer girl fascism, of which there's been a bunch of. I believe Crimes New Roma, they go specifically also into Melanie Mac, but Melanie Mac is gone, although she's apparently back now and got married. Whoop-de-fucking-do, I guess. Whatever. Specifically going into the background NPC and how she does the whole, like, fascistic trad aesthetic, you know, very Freudian, very silly, very ridiculous. Guess who brought her into Mythic Talent? It was fucking Asmongold. And she used to have 400 subscribers. I just checked today. She's now at 240k subscribers. The Asmongold effect of feeding a bunch of his, like, weird, lonely incel dipshits and freaks into the arms of another fucking anti-woke dipshit freak who is just grifting to the right because it's popular and efficacious to do as such, has made it such that, well, she now has a large, prominent channel as a fucking byproduct. Yep, super fucking easy money. But the thing that basically started all of this was because of Asmongold himself. Now, Casey Tron has basically made a bit of a call-out post here, talking about a list of brand and creators who are partnered with Asmongold's talent agency, Mythic Talent. Now, a bunch of them have already been leaving. I don't know about the brands, but the creators more so. A bunch of them have already been leaving Mythic Talent for reasons that we're going to get into. But this is more so going into the fact that, oh, why did Mythic Talent eventually end up splitting ways with fucking Asmongold? It's more than likely because of some of the stuff that he's been saying recently about the war in Iran. But here, we've taken a look at Hasanabi Productions, a well-known meme account and Hasanabi, like, Clips Industrial Complex sort of dude here, posting this sort of statement here from Asmongold, where he directly fucking flips on his position in terms of interventionism by the United States of America. So long as it's his approved guy who's doing this, he doesn't give really much of a shit at all. There are a lot of creators on this list that I love, and I think they're great. That's why I think it's important to speak out against the brand risk Asmongold is causing them. I 1000% agree there with Casey Tron. Yeah, there's a lot of like very good VTubers. Queso gets managed by Mythic Talent. There's a lot of really, really good fucking content creators that may be getting their, well, let's be honest here, reputation potentially being stained by this white nationalist fucking freak over here. Being represented by a company whose main figurehead is an alt-right extremist is not good for business. She's right there. Many of these creators are apolitical and practice not talking about politics, right? I think even some of the biggest VTubers were part of the agency and have all basically left. Some of a lot of the biggest indie VTubers. I think Shy Lily used to be a part of Mythic Talent, and a bunch of other ones, right? I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. I think Vienna, she left like a while ago. I think Tricky, with like in terms of like their whole sort of like, they have like a little collective group, blah 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 blah. They all fucking left like a while back, and we'll probably get into some of the other reasonings for as to why they probably left. It more than likely wasn't because of Asmongold, but because of other extenuating circumstances. Asmongold is probably the main thing that's going to be breaking the sort of, or the straw that's breaking the sort of camel's back, metaphorically speaking here, of course. But in terms of them leaving, they left earlier than before all this fucking gobbledygook basically started. Yet they're associated with a man who's making extremely harmful political takes every day. Being represented by Asmongold, I think, goes against many of their own business practices and standards. Asmongold needs to either step down from Mythic Talent, or people need to start leaving for other agencies that don't jeopardize their business image. Can't really disagree there with Casey Tron. She's just fucking accurate there. So some of the examples here from takes from Asmongold. Why don't we take a look?
Sounds going nuts about a school getting bombed. Oh, a school got bombed? Yeah, I didn't see that. I mean, again, any time.
So this is in reference specifically to the all-girls school, where 160 schoolgirls were bombed and fucking killed, Asmongold. That's the problem here.
Did I hear somebody trying to cry and get upset about, like, oh my god, Israel and America bombed a school? Iran killed thousands of their own people, and nobody was really talking about that at all.
Everyone was fucking talking about that in American news media. Also, by the way, those numbers, tenuous at best. You can't trust any of the numbers from the Iranians, but I sure as shit don't also trust any of the numbers from the fucking US State Department. They are less reliable.
So, yeah, I mean, if a school gets bombed and kids get killed, it's sad. It's obviously a tragedy, but it's collateral damage in a war, and it's inevitable, number one. And
this was done on purpose by the United States of America. We know that they fucking purposefully fucking targeted the school. That it was not collateral. Like, that was not fucking collateral. The broader sort of strategy that's being employed by the United States is just randomly bombing everyone into submission to somehow spurn a uprising within Iran to depose the fucking Ayatollah. It's silly, it's nonsensical, it's obviously not going to work, but then again, do you think that this dipshit right here understands any of that? No.
And number two, you know, if they didn't want that to happen, maybe they shouldn't have been funding terror groups and antagonizing a world superpower like America. Like, if you...
Like, in what way? Buddy, who's been putting fucking military bases all over the area around Iran? Oh, the fucking world superpower. Shocker. I wonder why. Iran may be, I don't know, not particularly happy about that in particular. Nah. No reasoning whatsoever, especially given a lot of the belligerent actions that has been done within the Middle East by the United States of America during the past, I would say, 40 years. Couldn't be any reasonings whatsoever.
And this is what I think is ridiculous, right? Is that how is it that you can antagonize somebody for so many years and then they attack you back and now you're the victim? What the hell did you expect? It's
Stupid. Like, this, again, there's no point in, like, having, like, an understanding of this Roach's fucking takes, because they're stupid, they're nonsensical, they don't, like, they're not based in sort of any sort of, like, understanding of the political sort of forces on the ground, because, unironically, I mean, this guy is a avowed fucking pseudo-intellectual who has said that I get all of my takes from my fucking Twitter timeline, my subreddit, and from human psychology. Yeah, avowed fucking anti-intellectual.
Kids? I mean, nobody wants to kill them. I mean, that's not even what's happening. And also, Iran had no...
I mean, it's Israel. They love killing kids.
...problem going out there, and they said in plain English, we will kill your children if they're saying the wrong things. So I was going...
Yeah, dude, that's totally how that fucking works. It's stupid. It's fucking nonsensical. Obviously, he's just going to sort of, like, be okay with all of this sort of, like, bullshit. Because, again, Asmongold is a freak who just wants to who has unironically said that he wants to have mass killings within Iran. Basically, get rid of all 90 million people within Iran. And here, Asmongold is a more recent take that he had today, that you should kill medics as well. An explicit fucking war crime of the Geneva Convention. Yeah, dude, because the medics who are doing a basic fucking triage on the battlefield should also be fucking bombed into oblivion. Genuinely insane.
The fact is, what I'm saying is accurate. Still doesn't excuse the double tap. Only reason for that is to kill medical.
Mm-hmm.
Of course you should kill their medical. Like,
guess where they fucking got that from? Israel.
If they're helping, of course you should kill their medics. Like, if you have these people that are helping these soldiers that are terrorizing you and fighting against you, you should, of course, shoot them. Duh.
Fucking nonsensical, dude. Medics had taken oath to the Hippocratic Oath in order to just help people. That's it. Doesn't matter if they're soldiers. Doesn't matter if they're combatants. It doesn't matter if they're literally fucking Hitler. They'll just go and help people. That is their job. That is what they do. They see someone who's injured, then they start doing treatment. That is why there is explicit international statutes and laws saying you don't bomb these guys because they're not presenting any sort of threat and they just want to help people. That's it. But then again, Asmongold, he's a fucking demon. Barely fucking human. I honestly, I doubt that he's fucking human. He's just okay with fucking terrorism, you know? If it's, I don't know, being done with those that he doesn't like. It's genuinely insane.
Duh. Like, what are you talking about? That's a war... What? Yes, absolutely. That's a war crime? What do you mean?
That is a war crime.
Yes, absolutely. It's a brutal take. It's not a brutal take. The fact is...
Even people within his own chat don't fucking agree with him on this. Like, he's not doing a good job fucking selling this whatsoever. Genuinely fucking insane. But here, another sort of company that Asmongold has worked with alongside with as well, that being Starforge Systems, Starforge PCs, is also looking to drop him because of a lot of these sort of like demonic fucking takes that he's having about the Iran fucking war. More than likely gaining the confidence to be able to do this as a byproduct of, well, the fact that he is on demon time, unironically, just saying a bunch of fucking demonic fucking shit. Very, very stupid. Also, I don't trust the statement. Starforge said they parted ways with Asmongold, only for him to slip a year later during Mr. Beast's Team Water event and says he owns it. Oh, interesting. So, can't fucking trust anything from Starforge Systems. Very, very fucking cool. Because, again, Asmongold is incredibly rich, and he has the ability to sort of, well, buy out fucking agencies, because fuck it, YOLO swag 420, he can just do it if he wants. Buy out a fucking sponsor and have full fucking control of it for himself. Of course, as expected. You know, all about maintenance of systems of hierarchy and control with these people. But here, final fucking goddamn meme in terms of all of this. And this individual here, right here, I believe her name is Grimmy. And she goes into some details for as to what exactly may be happening with Mythic Talent. Now, this has no pertinence at all whatsoever in terms of them splitting up with Asmongold. They're more than likely fucking splitting up with Asmongold because he's being way too much of a fucking brand risk and a liability right now. Probably should have done that when he got banned for 2 weeks after, well, him saying the stuff about Palestinians, saying that they basically should all be killed, unironically, but whatever. Better late than fucking never. Good job, Mythic Talent, for recognizing that Asmongold is a fucking goddamn demon. But here, Grimmy is implying that apparently that Mythic Talent has been a little sort of inconsistent in terms of their payouts. Inconsistent with how much their sponsors are saying that they're paying out in terms of, well, the deals that they make with the content creators. Why don't we take a listen?
So, but yeah, I mean, I was always independent, so the thing is, if you're a sponsor or anything like that, please just direct yourself to grimmy@deadtransmission.com. As for the stuff with Mythic, I can't talk about it, and I
believe she recently left Mythic, if I were to recall correctly. Again, probably not because of the Asmongold stuff, but more so because of this shit right here. We'll get to that statement eventually.
I'm specifically not going to say anything about it. That's pretty much it. I wasn't hype about it. I'm not going to tell anyone about it.
NDAs, I
It was
assume.
a little silly. On your About page, Twitch? Okay, I'll change that right now. Thank you for letting me know.
She was on Mythic, I believe, last year. Last year around this time, actually. And more than likely left not that long ago. Probably been there for about a year.
This isn't like a thing where it's just like, oh, Grimmy got upset. This was quite substantial. But on the other hand, I don't really want to, like, cause any problems for anyone there. I don't know how on earth... I don't know. Pretty much all I'll say is that was... there was something very, very crazy. I think people would be pretty upset about it if they do, and that's pretty much all I can say. I think everyone would be pissed, but I am not going to talk about it.
We're being very vague
And
here.
if I...
More than likely to avoid any potential lawsuits, of course, because what I'm assuming, based off of the official statement, we're going to get to the official statement, based off of what is being said here, apparently Mythic Talent would skim money off of the top of sponsorship deals. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly.
Hear any rumors spreading about why I left, where they're trying to frame me negatively? I will talk about it. And I will tell everyone exactly what it was. I was really, really, really upset. And I think everyone would have been, like, universally there. So, alright. Not on, like, on a personal level for them. Not just me, on a personal level individually. But anyways, we're moving on. I would have been upset too if you knew. If you knew. But Grimmy got receipts. I do, actually. I have proof of something. But, I'm gonna see if I can't... Well, I'm 50-50 on whether or not it's gonna become a legal matter or not, so that's pretty much it.
Legal matter, eh?
I didn't want to dig into that part, whatever happened. It's okay. I'm so sorry for being a little pissy about it.
Understandable. I mean, again, if we're talking about money here, which... we might as well just rip the fucking Band-Aid off. Here's the official fucking statement here about fucking Mythic Talent in terms of Grimmy. Just let me move my dumb ass out of the way real quick, because I'm covering the fucking statement. Mythic is aware of public statements made by a former talent, Grimmy, regarding payment discrepancies. We take her allegations seriously and have conducted a thorough review of our records. The claims that Mythic skimmed funds from her 2 campaigns are factually incorrect. Our records indicate that Grimmy was paid in full for both cited activations, per contract terms and according to terms of her talent agreement, which include an agreed-upon management fee. The campaigns were valued at $2,100 and $4,400 respectively. In the first campaign, Grimmy was sent the full value of $2,100 activation, less our agreed-upon management fee, less. Okay, hold on. What? Okay, the sentence structure is a little weird, but whatever. They're missing a word there. That's fine. Less any potential banking transaction fees on her end. In a second campaign, Grimmy received full payment of $4,400 for the campaign. Her payouts. Now I'm just fucking moving my dumb ass back. Oh, where is it? Her payouts. In a second campaign, Grimmy received a full $4,400 for the campaign, less our management fee and any banking fees. Both of these payments were made within days of receiving payment from the brand. Had Mythic skimmed the $100 and $400 amount by Grimmy, so that would be about 4% here and about 9% here, something like that, her payouts would have been significantly lower, right? Because also the platform itself more than likely also takes a percentage cut as well for its own sort of, ability to be able to run its operations. Our payment platform logs every transaction, and these figures are available for independent verification via her bank statements in our portal. If any payment inconsistencies have taken place or our figures above are incorrect, we encourage Grimmy to provide these inconsistencies so that we may remedy them. While we attempted to reach Grimmy to clarify her grievances, she chose to make these claims public before a dialogue could occur. We have sent... Well, okay, based off of what she is saying here, there's no way to... I mean, that could be true, that could be fucking false here, right? She may have aired grievances to people in HR, and that more than likely could have been a complete fucking dead end. Very, very often happens with companies all the time. We've sent Grimmy the banking logs, contracts, invoices, and payment record receipts for these campaigns, and we remain open to reviewing any documentation Grimmy may have that contradicts them. We understand miscommunications can and do happen, and that we are certainly not immune to them. Mythic remains committed to transparency and the success of our creators, and we will continue to foster an environment built on mutual respect and professional integrity. So that's the sort of statement that she is being vague about, or that came out in response to her public statements here.
That's all I can say. Oh, man. Some people... Sorry, I'm thinking about it and getting pissed. All right.
She's getting pissed, folks.
We're chill. It's all good. It's all good, baby. It's all good.
She's mad. So mad.
I might need to take a lap.
She seems genuinely quite upset about this.
Okay. All right.
I don't know, like, my speculation, that was my theory, of course, about the whole sort of, probably talking to HR about this, and HR decided to fucking stonewall her and not actually, like, give her any sort of, like, not out, but any really answers to her potential fucking grievances. Again, pure speculation on my part. That's how very often it works with a lot of these fucking companies. So again, speculation on my end right here. That's the only thing I could potentially fucking think of as to why she may be having some problems here. Specifically, I'm so curious to see. Does she mention the skimming here? Because that's the actual bad stuff.
Right. Chill, Grimmy. Chill. Weird chill. It's all good. It is all good. It is all...
Also, I'm not, because I'm not 100% familiar with, how Mythic operates as an organization here. I'm not sure what the revenue splits would be in terms of the sort of contracts between the sponsor, Mythic Talent themselves, and also the creator. I'm going to operate under the assumption it's probably like a 70-30 split, 70 to the creator, 30 to the company, maybe. Assuming it is non-predatory, typically it'd be the other way around if we're talking about Machinima, but everyone remembers Machinima and how dogshit fucking Machinima is, so I don't think Mythic Talent's going to do the same thing, and especially considering the fact that this was co-founded by Asmongold, I assume that Asmongold would want to see the creators get more in terms of payment, so I'm assuming it's probably a 70-30 split, so, the statement within Mythic Talent saying that if there were skim off the tops of about $100 and $400 respectively in terms of the two contracts that Grimmy did with Mythic Talent, it would make sense that she would have had less, of course, in terms of money being seen within her pay stub when she gets paid out for the contract. That would make sense, right? And would certainly... play into Mythic's statement. It would make sense, be consistent there. But Grimmy, I do believe, does make a statement on specifically Mythic Talent statements. We'll get to that after we're done with her initial statement here of the allegations. I mostly just wanted to cover the statement that Mythic Talent made publicly speaking, mostly because I just didn't want to fucking pussyfoot around it anymore, because I was just like, you know what, it's as good a time as any to just say what their actual sort of statement was.
Good. We are okay. It is all right. But anyway, don't you worry. We're going back to Ghosty's streamer house for right now. There you go. Anyways, that kind of stuff happens in life, and it be what it be. We're gonna have to probably not talk about it until, yeah. I mean, I don't want to... But, dear God.
Okay, so this particular clip here does not talk about the $100 to $400 that's being skimmed off of the top. That's mostly what I wanted to see here, as to apparently what Mythic Talent is saying here. But Grimmy herself had a follow-up sort of statement on all of this, so I'm a little curious to see what does Grimmy have to say about all of this. Hey, this is the third explanation they've given about these issues. I don't have anything against them, but so far they've claimed for the same publisher negotiated with the same methods. It was a typo. They were agency fees. So, okay. So for the 100 that was skimmed off, a typo, entirely possible, sure. And agency fees. The fuck is an agency fee? What does that mean? The revenue, is there something within the contract that stipulates random fucking fees to just be applied? Now, guess what? That's a funny thing that our boy Zoran has talked about before. Junk fees, right? If a company feels like they can just charge you with something random, they'll just fucking charge you with something random because there's no enforcement mechanisms to be able to stop that, right? Per Mythic Talent, the contract only mentions management fee. Then what is this agency fee then, Mythic Talent? You have some explaining to do. An agency fee? Well, the contract only mentions management fees. We may have a potential legal argument here specifically because guess what? What I'm sensing here, this shit right here, that's some fucking junk fee bullshit, right? Our boy fucking Zoran has gone after shit like that specifically. Of course, this is going to be a completely fucking different story, different jurisdiction, blah, 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 but I'm sensing some fucking junk fee bullshit here. That's what I'm fucking smelling right now. And now they're changing the story again. The third change of the story. It's never a very good look. and saying I was paid in full for an amount they never showed me, but there's various bank fees. So which is it? Pointing out an inconsistency, because again, Mythic Talent is saying that there are bank fees in this, and guess what? If there are bank fees and bank transactions, there would be documentation for all of this stuff, right? And she would be able to fucking pull that shit up, saying like, okay, here's the fucking transcript, here's the fucking transaction. Now, obviously, I would like to see if that was the... Okay, maybe not be a great idea to see that. Obviously, everything needs to be appropriately redacted, blah, 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 blah. Might be best for a lawyer to fucking do that, okay? Not a content creator to fucking do that shit. That would probably be the best in terms of all this. So, grain of salt, obviously. More than likely, the best way forward for a particular situation such as this would probably be for, well, probably like a lawyer to just take a look at any of the like statements here in particular and do some fucking potential sussing out here, just see what the fuck is up going on. But we are seeing a potential contradiction here by Mythic Talent. I believe at this point they're trying to get a statement out first so they don't have to confront the other information they gave me or how I talked about the situation. So here is mine. I don't want any money, I don't want any attention, and would prefer to go back to streaming normally. So I'm on break hoping for things to calm down and waiting for attention to dissipate. Not trying to capitalize off of it like some people have claimed. Interesting, because obviously, okay, this is the internet. Okay, we're being woke, we're being libtards. Okay, she is a woman, she is a VTuber. More than likely, a lot of people, especially because this is Mythic Talent we're talking about here, this is one of Asmongold's organizations, are going to make the claim that how dare this lascivious fucking whore tries to squeeze Asmongold's based talent agency from a bunch of extra fucking money because she's just upset with their great services. Yeah, she's just making this all about herself. Yeah, and that's entirely something that would probably fucking happen, right? Like, if we want to do the whole, like, woke-tard, lip-tard fucking angle on all of this. My intention with saying this is letting other streamers at Mythic Talent know that they should request their full negotiation records for sponsorships, right? Because, I mean, they have had people leave the organizations, more than likely because of Mythic Talent being rather inconsistent in terms of, well, payment structures. That being said, everyone I talked to at Mythic Management is very pleasant. I liked everyone I worked with. I don't wish them any ill will. Please don't be harsh on them. Everyone there is a person with a life, and this is stressful to go through for them too. I do not know who is involved with this. Okay, so my potential suspicion that this could be some higher up tomfoolery, right? I mean, similar thing happened with VShojo, right? With VShojo, we all know the gun run was essentially funneling a bunch of money to be able to, well, pay off fucking investors, right? Who are wanting some form of return on their investment, right? That's why he took the fucking 500,000 dono money that Iron Mouse raised from her fucking subathon that was meant to go to the good IDF, not the bad IDF, the Immune Deficiency Foundation, of course, we all know. There are two IDFs in this world, okay? Memes aside. We all know all of this, right? And that shit like this has happened in the past, and just because it's happened in the past doesn't mean it couldn't fucking potentially happen again. This is entirely possible. Of course, this isn't on the same scale. No, not really. It's probably not as fucking ridiculous as it is, as, well, VShojo was in particular, because that was particularly fucking egregious. But it's interesting that something like this is happening again. Now, I don't know what like the profit margins of Mythic Talent are. We probably are never gonna have that sort of information if it was really that bad, unless something fucking crazy happens and more people start to come out. Again, they've had like a ton of like larger independent VTubers on there before, and they are all not a part of the agency anymore. More than likely, if I were to take a guess, probably because of this stuff right here that Grimmy is alleging. If I were to take a guess. Please not paint me as stupid or attack me after you've continued to give me different explanations. Again, they're being, from what I'm understanding here, they're being rather inconsistent. Please do not act like I did not understand my contract. You are taking an additional random amount off the top before presenting it to the streamer and taking the agreed 20%. Oh, it's an 80-20 split. Okay. Good to know. I was guessing with the 70-30 split. I mostly base it off of 70-30 because that's what it was originally for Twitch. Okay, fair enough. Why are there 3 explanations for this now? If you can't believe me, that is fine, but it also looks like this is an isolated incident when people talk directly to sponsors involved with Mythic. What's this? I had a similar experience with Mythic, and this is a partnered content creator, Sheaf GG. No idea who this is, but more allegations. Straight lied to about what the sponsor was offering, and it took me talking to the sponsor themselves to find out. Not surprised to see this. Used car salesman 100%. Someone else who is also expressing their grievances with Mythic Talent. This is something that is seriously going to be a, shall we say, a point on Grimmy's side of her talking about the problems with fucking Mythic Talent. I don't know who's responsible for this, but I hope it gets resolved for everyone. Nothing against anyone here. Hope they're all well. It's fair enough, fair enough. You know, so, okay. I guess like an overall summary here. So Mythic Talent has provided multiple explanations for as to why payments have been seemingly rather inconsistent from based off of what the streamers themselves have read within the contract, right? And they're basically trying to play it off and say that the streamer is dumb for not being able to read the contract properly, providing explanations for saying that it's junk fees, it's also stuff like it was a random typo, and that there's also been other associated fees, when the only fee that gets mentioned within the Mythic contract itself is just the management fee, right? So banking fees and agency fees, what the fuck is that shit? That's a little interesting. And the only thing I can assume in terms of the quote-unquote banking fee was what? Because of associated banks that, like, all the creators work with? Is that a thing that happens consistently? I know that's a thing that probably happens with PayPal, right? That happens with fucking PayPal. That's how most of these sort of, like, sponsorship / like, talent agency transactions, generally speaking, works. But in this particular case, is it the same thing? I have no idea. I'm not a part of Mythic Talent. I'm tiny. Also, I hate Asmongold. I would not want to be a part of fucking Mythic Talent. So I have no idea. I can only speculate. I could take some guesses based off of, well, previous history in terms of, like, a lot of these events that have happened before. So I can kind of just make some guesses. I have, like, a somewhat of an educated guess that I can sort of, like, pull upon from here. But just to, I suppose, you know, another final fucking goddamn meme. Asmongold here is breaking down the Mythic situation and explains why he now sees streamer culture, friendships, and collaborations as risky liabilities. So, okay, he's basically deciding to isolate himself further and further and saying, like, oh man, woe is me, I can't believe that the company that I fucking co-founded is basically, well, cutting ties with me, despite the fact that I've said a bunch of abhorrent fucking bullshit about the war in Iran, saying that, you know, war crimes should be committed and war crimes should be committed. I mean, you've also talked about how you wanted to do the mass killing of about 90 million people. So, again, stupid.
lot, but I also don't want to be, I don't want to continuously make friends with people that are being like in the public eye, hyper scrutinized. There's like a ton of like drama and weird stuff, and I'm a very loyal person. I wanted to...
Buddy, like, okay, you're the one who mostly brings drama and is hyper fucking scrutinized in the eye of the public because of all of the fucking stupid shit that you're saying. Like, okay, bro, nice meme.
Defend somebody. I want to, you know, give them the best benefit.
No, I wouldn't say no. This is recent. This is a recent advent, I would say, Alex. Asmongold was more so like an apolitical centrist gamer bro. He only started getting worse and worse because of the fact that he started falling down the alt-right pipeline, which is why I don't agree when people call Asmongold a grifter. He reached these positions genuinely. He started engaging with more, well, anti-woke fucking content right around 2023, I think. 2023, 2024 was when he started to engage in more anti-woke content. And as we all know, anti-woke content is meant to appeal to sort of like political, like edgy gamer bros in order to be able to, not apolitical gamer bros, rather, in order to drag them into further right-leaning fucking politics. It's the exact same shit with fucking Gamergate. Asmongold is the natural byproduct of the alt-right pipeline, as per from Gamergate to a fucking goddamn T. Specifically, there was a Xander Hall video about this about 3 years ago, talking about Asmongold's interactions with someone known as Yellow Flash Guy. And that was where it basically all started. I believe this was in 2023. Let me double check that just to make sure, because I'm a little curious myself. I'm just getting all the fucking dreck. Too many fucking keywords. Not finding it. Must not be the case. I could be wrong on this. Zan still streams. He does. Okay, so I'm not finding the exact video that I'm referring to here. Must be some, like, memory that I've pigeonholed in my own subconscious here. So, you know, my mistake there in that particular instance. But yes, generally speaking, Asmongold, broadly speaking, started going along the, down along the alt-right pipeline when he was doing more, like, apolitical, like, centrist gamer bro sort of, well, fucking nonsense here in particular, and as a result, fell down the alt-right pipeline, and broadly speaking became, one of the biggest fucking alt-right fucking dipshits on the fucking goddamn platform as a result. That's basically speaking what happened in a nutshell, right? In terms of his, like, going down the alt-right pipeline, I would say it was more, like, natural, which is why I don't really like calling him a grifter, because I think he's too stupid in order to be able to have positions.
Of the doubt, but at a certain point, like, I view a lot of the friendships and relationships that I've had in streaming, I view them, like, I mean, the truth is, like, this is going to sound maybe bad, they're liabilities, they're massive liabilities, and I think that also this is a two-way street. I think that I'm a liability with people sometimes, right? Because, like, you know, I have a big audience and a lot of people watch me, and I think that because of that, you're going to have a ton of people that are, like, really opinionated about things that I say, or, you know, they're angry that I did, you know, X or Y thing, but just in general...
Buddy, you literally got banned for 2 weeks for saying that Palestinians should get fucking killed because Israel's a stronger power in the region. You have unironically said that protesters should be shot with live ammunition. You have unironically also done the repeating of multiple fucking neo-Nazi talking points about the Institute of Sexology of Magnus Hirschfeld, and also the Enabling Act of 1933. Buddy, you are the liability. You may try to become more of a diet chud when Woke 2 inevitably takes full fucking control, but the clips are all out there. Your ass is already fucking grass. Like, you're cooked, bro.
I've gotten myself to a position where I just don't want to be involved with anything and anyone involved with the streaming culture and streaming environment. Like, I'm not saying that I'll never do it. And
I'm not gonna lie. This is how fucking cults unironically work. He's starting to self-isolate himself more and more with his fucking goddamn audience, who we all know are a bunch of, like, well, a ton of white nationalists and other sort of, like, associated, like, far-right sort of beliefs. And he's just looking to do this because, well, no one wants to fucking work with him. No, he's not going to quit Boy Meets Vinny. That's not going to fucking happen. He makes too much money and still gains a lot of subscribers and still growing, relatively speaking, as a creator. Which is interesting because no one in his orbit is really growing, so I'd take that with a fucking grain of salt. You could be botted. It's potential. It's a possibility for that, but could also be genuine. He acknowledges that, broadly speaking, everybody, I think, kind of hates his guts. The only people who like people like Asmongold is probably just, like, Nick Fuentes. And, buddy, if you're only, like, guy in your fucking corner is going to be Nick Fuentes and all of your fucking orbiters, nobody's going to fucking want to touch you with a 10-foot pole, my man.
Saying that I hate all streamers, but I'm just making a generalized statement that I don't have any interest and any desire being friends with, collaborating with, dealing with, doing events with, going to events, going to parties, having anything to do with anybody in the streamer culture. That's really the way that I feel. It is. And again, like,
By the way, anytime, like, you want to know who also says this kind of shit? Fucking Destiny. Destiny also says this exact same shit constantly. But that's because, broadly speaking, he's been ostracized, right? He just has his own little fucking goddamn corner, right? Like, that's the main fucking problem. The only reason why people like this, generally speaking, have this take is because they are looking to further isolate themselves and ostracize themselves because of the fact that in the broader sort of streaming space and community, these motherfuckers are not liked.
I've been around it a long time. I really have. And so to me, that's it. I mean, I'm totally out of it. Like, whatever other people want to say or do, whether it's a company I was involved with, or, you know, a person I streamed with, that is totally their prerogative. And I don't know. I don't care. It's not relevant to me whatsoever. And I understand people might want to have, like, you know, you might want to get mad. I don't have anything against anybody in Mythic. I'm not angry at anybody. I wish them the best of luck. I'm very happy for them. I'm proud of how well they've done. I have no ill will or anything towards this. I just simply want to move on to a new place in my life. I don't want this to still be in my life. I don't want.
Well, no, I mean, the problem is that you are the liability. Like, that's the problem. He's never going to admit to that, of course, but bro, like, you're having these fucking takes. You're an alt-right little fucking dipshit. Like, you can fucking huff that copium, big man. The reason why Mythic Talent doesn't want to fucking associate with you anymore is because of the fact that you're the problem, man. And of course, reflection and genuine growth as a, well, character, I guess, is recognition that you are willing to take fault for your mistakes. Asmongold is never going to do that.
Want to have any connection to this at all, and I just want to move on totally. And so that's the way I feel, right? That's really the truth. And you know, as I said, I mean,
yeah, nothing really much else to say there, but I think it's been made fairly fucking clear. Mythic Talent seems to be an organization that is plagued with a lot of issues, besides its own sort of mismanagement problems, but is now parting ways with one of its larger, well, co-founders, larger, more well-known co-founders, for the simple purpose of the fact that it is essentially just a... I want to say it's kind of a fucking racket. I mean, like, literally, Legal Mindset and fucking Background NPC. The only reason why they became a part of Mythic Talent is because of fucking Tectone and also Asmongold bringing them into Mythic Talent specifically. That's it. Like, a lot of companies like that, where it is just a fucking friend group for other people, have never really sat well with me. And I've always been, like, mismanaged, sort of like, well... disasters, let's just say. Let's just go with that. And I mean, they're parting ways with you because, buddy, you're unironically supporting the school bombing that killed 150 schoolgirls, and also are saying shit like, yeah, you should just kill medics, you should do double taps of medics, fuck it, whatever. I mean, this guy unironically fucking supported Israel's actions within Palestine, so I mean, it makes perfect sense. And I mean, given the sort of like mismanagement, sort of like shit show specifically with Mythic Talent, with Grimmy in particular being rather inconsistent with a lot of its explanations, it makes a lot of sense that this was essentially just like a content organized like friend group sort of a thing, where it was all about, oh, a bunch of friends getting together in order to be able to have a agency that can help them get sponsorships more easily, right? It's a fucking racket part of it. Now, I'm not, okay, not racket in a sort of like legal sense, just to fucking clarify. Racket as in a network of particular sort of like creators that co-founders and higher-ups within that organization have taken a liking to and have brought into said organization as a result. Because I have no idea if like Mythic Talent has like an application process or whatever. If it's just like, if Asmongold and like Tectone just fucking like you, they can just bring you into the fucking fold if they fucking feel like it. And that's the sense that I'm mostly getting here. And organizations that are inherently corrupt like that inevitably sort of fall and go to the wayside, from what I've generally speaking seen within this sort of content creation space for the long time that I've been around it. But yeah, anywho, in any case, gamers, don't think there's really much else to say besides, well, hey, Asmongold, you might be becoming more and more of a liability, my dude. My brain just kind of stopped working there. Well, I'm not going to be doing this today. We're going to be doing this tomorrow. That's a tomorrow problem. Mostly because it's fucking late. It's 3:30 in the morning. I don't want to do it. We're doing it tomorrow. My brain was in conclusion mode. My brain was in recovery mode because of all these high-level ideas. I also really need to reset my fucking PC. Who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Let's raid out to Riverboat Jack. That's not how you spell that name. Alright, dorks. Brave messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out of the Dahoreba if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Dahoreba. So I would show appreciation. Those are any case gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll be doing more and more of the fucking same. Yapping about shit, playing Factorios, all that fucking good shit. And you, gamers. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.